Good evening, everyone. Today is November 12th, 2024 at 6 p.m. I call for order, and please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Aliaga.
Here.
Clerk Newbeck here. Treasurer Brown.
Here.
Trustee Morocco.
Here.
Trustee Ritchie.
Here.
And Trustee Tedder.
Here.
And Trustee Nalamathu is absent this evening. We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you. I need a motion to approve the agenda, but if we have some amendments, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda by removing item M02, request to enter into closed session pursuant to the Michigan Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268(1H), and to remove H, presentation and reports, before G, public hearing.
Support. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Board and public announcement, anyone's on the board?
Terry's got one.
Sure.
I'd like to give a big congratulations to our Parks, Rec, and seniors who has successfully passed their 2024 CAPRA audit through the National Recreation and Parks Association. This was their first time being selected for an audit following the submission of their annual report. So congratulations to them. Also would like to express my sincere appreciation to the township staff who assisted during the November 5th election. I felt like I've said that a lot this year. We've had 3 elections, but I'm very grateful for all the people that come together to do what's necessary to get the job done. Out of our 30,791 registered voters in the township, 24,712 turned out to vote. That's an 80.26% turnout. We had 8,506 voters come out to the precincts on Election Day. 5,525 voted during early voting during those 9 days. 10,681 voted by absentee. Thought it was interesting to note that although we grew in number of registered voters, wasn't great, but our turnout was really not that much more than what we did in 2020. I think the votes were just spread differently throughout. In 2020, we had a turnout of 80.02%. And lastly, I want to thank Trustee Ron Ritchie. This will be his last evening meeting with us tonight. Sad to see him go. I've seen and watched Ron since I've been a union employee. I've been a non-union employee, a deputy clerk, and now clerk. And I've respected Ron over the years, and I hope that his participation with the township stays. I hope that his interest and availability is there, and that we will still get to learn and grow and be serviced by Ron and his knowledge over the years, and you will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah. And I also would like to wish Supervisor Aliaga, this is his last meeting as well, good luck on his future endeavors.
Thank you, Gary.
That's all I have.
Okay. Trustee Morocco?
I just want to make an announcement that the long-awaited completion of the Bailey House is close after, I don't know, 8 years, maybe longer. We are having an open house for 2 days to open it to the public on December 17th and 18th. We are looking for some volunteers to help with that, but the house will be 100% complete and ready for the new occupants to take it over, hopefully before Christmas. So we're hoping for a good turnout. Everyone should come out and see how good the kids did on the house, and excited to get it back on the tax rolls and put it back in somebody's hands.
Nice. Anyone else? Trustee Jim Taylor?
Just like to highlight a couple recent community events. November 2nd and 3rd was the Community Impact Weekend. As many of you know, that program's been through many iterations, but still alive and well, fully volunteer-based. Hundreds of people were across the township doing everything from raking leaves for seniors and providing helping hands where needed to help those that are less fortunate than ourselves. Special emphasis, I was at the community garden on the 3rd of November, and I'd like to also thank Trustee Morocco, who drove over with his Kubota tractor, which was of tremendous help. There was only about a half dozen of us for that 5-hour span, but we got a lot of important work done, and I'm really excited to see that the community garden will be restored to its original luster here very soon. Also, would like to thank the community on behalf of the Rotary Club of Clarkston. We held our annual Shoes for Kids, and we outfitted needy school-age children with shoes, boots, in preparation for the coming winter. Also like to thank the Clarkston Area Optimist Club, who partner with us every year and providing their OptiSocks program alongside our efforts. So again, thanks to the community for your continued support and donations in making that effort possible. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'm gonna say a few words to also tonight is my last board meeting, and first time I got elected in 2012, it was very special for me. Since I was a little kid, I always want to be in public service. I immigrated from Peru many years ago, and that Independence Township gave me the honor and privilege to serve here for over 12 years. It was very rewarding. I actually worked with Ron, with many of you guys, for many, many years. And first of all, I want to thank all the directors that worked with me for many, many years. We done many good decisions to improve our services, to provide great services for our community, and I want to thank everybody here in the board. Whether we agree or disagree, I enjoy working with you for over 12 years. And also want to thank Ron Ritchie, because Ron, we got elected together in 2012, and since then we work. And whether we agree or disagree, I always say that you have the heart for the township. You always want to do great things for the township, and I know you're gonna be, involved in the township because you care. I do care too, and I love our township. Sometimes some doors close, but some other doors open in the future, and then I know I'm gonna keep my heart always in Independence Township. Finally, I want to share this news. I got notified a couple of days ago from the awards. ALMA is called International Award for Supervisor. I'm gonna get an award in Mexico actually this week. I'm gonna be flying to Mexico to get an award, recognized to be a Latino supervisor of all the good things I done, and it's very, very nice to hear that. My family is happy. I'm happy too. And as my last words as a board comment members, I want to tell you, all of you, thank you for allowing me to serve. It was a great honor for me to serve Independence Township. That's all I want to say tonight, and always keep my township in my prayers, and I'll bring the best success for the new supervisor, Chuck File, who's coming. It is going to be in the next meeting, and looking forward to see great things in our township. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, moving on. Public comments. Anyone that would like to address? Sure. Please come to the podium and state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Joette Kuntz. I live on 9740 Reese Road, and I'm here representing the Daughters of the American Revolution. December 14th is Wreaths Across America Day. 2 million wreaths are laid all the way from Arlington National Cemetery to cemeteries in California, the West Coast, Alaska, and Europe for soldiers that are not that are buried in national cemeteries and soldiers that are not. In Clarkston, Lakeview Cemetery, we have 1,139 veterans. The National Cemetery opened in 2005. There are 60,000 veterans at Great Lakes. So we put wreaths on their graves. The public buys the wreaths, they're $17 with a red bow, and they are placed either on veterans' graves that you choose, a loved one or a family member, neighbor, whatever, or they can be placed on any veterans' graves. That will be December 14th at noon, and we will have a short program, and we hope the public will come out and help us place the wreaths that we had. We had 175 wreaths. Yeah, it's a little short of 1,139, but we hope that we increase that this year, and eventually we can, at some point, have a wreath on every veteran's grave. Just a short thing, read the Clarkston News tomorrow. I won't tell you the story, but there are two small markers out in Lakeview Cemetery. And you never know who lies in those placements. And I just went looking one day, and they're just it's a unique story. It'll be in the Clarkston News tomorrow. So I put a wreaths across America. I have them if anybody else wants them. It's $17 to place a wreath on a veteran's grave. You don't know which heroes lay below that ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate that.
So I'm Chuck File, 8508 Elk Run Drive. I want to just take a minute to maybe reflect a little bit on the last 10 years or so. 10 months. You know, anyone who puts themselves out there to get into an elected position deserves our respect. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there and put yourself under that level of scrutiny. So for Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Jose, I greatly appreciate everything you've done. The fact that you were willing to serve for as long as you have, to continuously put yourself out there. Whether we agree on politics or not should not be the issue at this point in time. It should be the respect of the fact that you were willing to participate and help. So I just want to say thank you very much for your time, both of you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone online that would like to address to the Board of Trustees? No? Okay. Moving on. We have public comments. We're gonna move to representation for
Please. Yep.
Chief Bishop. Okay. Where is Chief Bishop, please? I know you have an important announcement today and a recognition and promotion, so.
Well, good evening, everybody, and I would like, first of all, to thank the Township Board for once again allowing the fire department the opportunity to come here and celebrate and honor 3 firefighters that are going to make their probation tonight, and then 2 fire officers that recently got promoted. So we're going to celebrate with them. So I would like to again thank you guys. I'd like to thank all the family and friends and all the firefighters, both on and off duty, that came tonight to honor these firefighters. So the way I'm going to process tonight is we're going to start with the 3 firefighters that made the probation. And once we swear them in, then we'll go into the 2 fire officers that just were recently promoted. So with that, I'd like to call up firefighter Cody Bridger, Calvin Curtis, and Connor Jacobson. If you could please come out. Gentlemen, ready? Ready. Okay, well, good. The Independence Fire Department is thrilled to officially swear in firefighter-paramedic Cody Bridger, firefighter-paramedic Calvin Curtis, and firefighter-paramedic Connor Jacobson. Having successfully completed their probationary period, They are now formally recognized as permanent members of our department. Congratulations to all three of them on reaching the significant milestone and joining the ranks of Independence Fire Department. But let me share the journey of what it takes to go through a probationary period with the department. New recruits at the Independence Fire Department embark on a rigorous year-long probationary period, during which they undergo a comprehensive orientation program covering the essential skills and disciplines of firefighting. This structured program is designed to build and assess each recruit's abilities, ensuring they gain competency in every discipline taught. By the end of the probationary year, recruits are expected to demonstrate proficiency in these core areas, meeting the department's standards to be sworn in as a permanent member of the Independence Fire Department. One of the most challenging aspects of the probationary period for the new recruits at the department is learning to fit in, bond, and function seamlessly as a part of an established team of firefighter paramedics. These teams work, live, train, and eat together around the clock, forging a close-knit environment built on trust and camaraderie. Successfully integrating into this dynamic is no easy feat, but it's a vital part of becoming a permanent member of the department. In their first year, a new recruit at the department must demonstrate a high level of skill, a willingness to learn, and strong adaptability. These qualities are essential for earning acceptance as a permanent team member. Being coachable and open to feedback ensures they grow with the role, while adaptability enables them to thrive in the diverse challenges faced on the job, helping them to integrate fully into the department. Traits like courage, strength, and compassion are not only what drew these recruits to the firefighting profession, but also key to their success as they advance in their careers. These qualities enable them to face challenges of the job with resilience, serve the community with empathy, and support their teammates in demanding situations. As they continue to grow in their roles, these core values will remain the foundation of their dedication and service. Being a new recruit at the Independence Fire Department comes with high expectations, and each requirement is in place for a crucial reason. Firefighting is a dangerous and unpredictable profession, and we want to ensure that each recruit is fully prepared for the challenges that they will face. By equipping them with the skills, knowledge, and resilience needed early on, we're not only setting them up to handle the demands of the job, but we're also prioritizing their safety throughout their careers. We believe that a solid foundation in that first year will lead to a successful, fulfilling, and above all, a safe career for every recruit. With that, I am proud to announce that firefighter paramedics Cody Bridger, Calvin Curtis, and Connor Jacobson have not only met but exceeded all of our expectations, and they've done so with excellence. We warmly welcome you as permanent members of our department, as a part of Independence Township organization, and into the honorable profession of the fire service. Congratulations on this well-deserved achievement. With that, we are going to do the pinning of the badges. They're going to be a permanent badge as a firefighter of our department. Calvin. Supposed to open them up.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations. And I'm going to call up Fire Marshal Greg Brandt, who is Connor Jacobson's uncle and has helped steer him into the fire service and kind of groom and guide and be a mentor for Connor. So I'm going to allow him the honor to pin Connor's badge tonight. The next part is we're gonna give the firefighters their new helmets, and I'll let Captain Derek Stamper handle that.
Good evening. Today we celebrate a momentous occasion in the lives of our own, our firefighters, who have completed their probationary period and are now officially receiving their shields. The shield symbolizes courage, dedication, and a commitment to serving and protecting our community. It is a badge of honor that signifies the hard work, hours of training, and sacrifices made to become a fully fledged member of our firefighting family. As we congratulate these firefighters on their achievements, let us also acknowledge the support and guidance provided by their colleagues, mentors, and loved ones throughout their probationary journey. They have reached this milestone today through teamwork, determination, and unwavering passion for the job. So as we place these shields on their helmets, let us recognize their past accomplishments and look forward to the great things that they will continue to achieve in their firefighting careers. Let us stand proud and confident in knowing that they will bravely face every challenge and emergency with the utmost professionalism and dedication. Congratulations, firefighters Bridger, Curtis, and Jacobson, on this well-deserved recognition. May your shield remind you of your unwavering commitment to serving and protecting our community. We thank you for your service, and may you continue to inspire others with your courage and passion for the job. Congratulations.
With that completed, I would ask Carrie Newbeck to please come down and swear the firefighters in.
There, you want to come up here so you burn the flag? If it's where you all in at the same time. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I'll support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of
of the office of
firefighter paramedic
firefighter paramedic
in and for the Township of Independence,
in and for the Township of Independence,
County of Oakland,
County of Oakland,
State of Michigan,
State of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much. If I could call up Lieutenant Decker and Captain White to come on up. Thank you, gentlemen. So this evening, as I had said earlier, both these gentlemen were recently promoted. Matt from firefighter to shift lieutenant, and Captain White from lieutenant on shift to captain EMS coordinator of the fire department. And I would like to kind of share with you what it takes to become an officer in our department. The promotion of a firefighter to an officer and a lieutenant to captain is a moment filled with honor and pride, not only for these dedicated individuals, but also for their families and the entire Independence Fire Department. It represents a recognition of their commitment, bravery, and the hard work they put into serving their community. Congratulations to them on this significant achievement. To start, I'd like to briefly outline the rigorous process it takes to become an officer in Independence Fire Department. Qualified candidates go through a competitive testing process, which includes several key stages. First, they take a written exam, followed by oral interviews conducted by outside fire service professionals. Next, a board review assesses and scores each candidate based on their level of formal education, training and certifications, performance evaluations, and work history. Finally, I conduct a review of the candidate's overall capacity and readiness for the responsibilities of the officer role. Once all evaluations are complete and scores are tallied, candidates are placed on a promotional eligibility list ranked in descending order according to their scores. This demanding process ensures that not only the most prepared and capable individuals step into these leadership roles. Once a candidate is selected and promoted from the eligibility list, they enter a 6-month probationary period to confirm that their performance aligns with the high standards expected of an officer. During this period, the probationary officer receives focused coaching and development to help them excel in their new role. They must meet several core competencies, which include leadership and command, demonstrating the ability to lead, supervise, and command a team of firefighter paramedics, safety and accountability, ensuring and upholding the safe execution of all fire and EMS operations for both our personnel and the community. Training and inspiration, inspiring and delivering advanced fire EMS training to our team members. Community service, exhibiting and promoting excellent customer service to everyone in our community. Decision-making skills, making sound decisions in both emergency and non-emergency situations. Team integration and alignment, fostering a strong environment and ensuring that the department's vision and goals are being met constantly. This probationary period allows the officer to refine these essential skills, ensuring they are fully prepared to uphold the values and mission of the Independence Fire Department. And before I go further on with this, I would like to briefly describe each candidate to you so you have a little bit more background and bio on them. And I'm going to start with Lieutenant Decker first. Lieutenant Decker has served in EMS since 1994 and is a dedicated leader in both emergency and medical services and firefighting. With over 30 years as a paramedic and 24 years as a firefighter, he is recognized for his commitment to excellence in patient care, education, and community outreach. Since joining the Oakland County Medical Control Authority in 2010, Matthew has become chairman of the Protocol Committee and a board member of the Professional Standards Review Organization, PSRO. In these roles, he has led significant protocol improvements, including recent advancements in pain management practices, reinforcing safety and care standards across the region. His collaborative efforts with local EMS and medical institutions reflect his commitment to maintaining the highest standards in patient care. Currently, Matthew leads a social media campaign to educate the community on the capabilities and resources of the department's fleet. Additionally, he is launching a groundbreaking ultrasound study, positioning the Independence Fire Department as the first in the state to equip paramedics with handheld ultrasound devices on our EMS trucks. His goal is to have the staff trained and the technology operational by the end of this year. Lieutenant Decker has an extensive teaching background, having served as a basic EMT instructor for the Independence Fire Department. Certified as a paramedic instructor in 2010 and a fire instructor in 2020, he is committed to guiding the next generation of EMS professionals. His focus on integrating advanced technology, such as handheld ultrasound, into EMS practice underscores his dedication to preparing his team for the complexities of modern emergency response. And just briefly, his educational background: he holds 2 associate's degrees from Mott Community College, one in business administration and the other in general studies. He's state certified as a fire officer. He's state certified as a fire instructor and an instructor coordinator. And he has earned numerous other fire EMS related certifications and trainings over his career. Now to Captain White. With over 27 years in fire and EMS services, Captain White has dedicated his career to public safety, emergency response, and community service. His 22 years with the Independence Fire Department include 11 years as operations lieutenant, a role in which he had demonstrated leadership, operational expertise, and an unwavering commitment to advancing safety standards. Captain White's contributions extend beyond his role as lieutenant. As chairman of the Safety Committee for 15 years and chair of the Hazardous Materials Committee for 3 years, he has implemented critical safety initiatives and overseen hazardous material protocols that have strengthened departmental standards. His long-standing commitment to the Oakland County Hazardous Materials Team further demonstrates his expertise and dedication to specialized emergency response. A leader in education, he has taught hundreds of first aid and CPR classes to township employees and community members, enhancing emergency preparedness across the community. Since 2013, Captain White has served as a paramedic instructor coordinator, guiding new EMTs and paramedics through the demands of the field. Additionally, as a certified state of Michigan fire instructor, he remains committed to training Independence Fire Department personnel to maintain the highest standards in emergency response. And just briefly on some of his background in terms of education. He's state certified in fire officer, he's state certified fire instructor, he's state certified instructor coordinator, hazardous materials response professional. He's certified as a professional emergency manager for the state of Michigan. He has a degree, a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Michigan Flint, and he attended the Eastern Michigan Fire Staff Command Executive Leadership Program. As you see, both of these gentlemen have shown exceptional dedication and commitment through their careers, consistently demonstrating the skills and values required to be outstanding officers. They have set a high standard, serving as role models for others to follow, possess a strong work ethic, a career marked by integrity and great character, and a level of credibility that earns the respects of their peers. Captain Dan White and Lieutenant Matt Decker embody all these qualities, meeting and exceeding our expectations, and I have no doubt that their promotions tonight will further strengthen the Independence Fire Department as we move forward. It's with great pride that we officially recognize their promotions to Staff Captain, EMS Coordinator, and to Shift Lieutenant with the Independence Fire Department. Congratulations to both of you. And with that, we're going to pin their new officer badges on. You get this one off. Congratulations. Next, I'll give it up to Captain Stamper on the helmet presentation.
We're gathered here to celebrate the promotion of two of our dedicated members. With great pride, we bestow upon them the honor of receiving their new helmet, a symbol of their continued dedication and commitment to serving and protecting our community. As they receive their helmet, we must take a moment to reflect on the symbolism behind their colors. In an emergency situation, these colors serve as a critical tool for quickly identifying individuals trained and equipped to handle crisis. The distinct colors make them easily recognizable amidst the chaos of an emergency scene. This immediate visual cue not only helps to streamline our coordination and communication among responders, but it also instills a sense of reassurance and confidence in the capabilities and expertise of the individual that's wearing that helmet. So today, as we present them with their new helmets, let us all take a moment to congratulate them on their well-deserved promotion. May they continue to serve with pride and honor, knowing that they are making a difference in the lives of those around them. Thank you, Lieutenant Decker and Captain White, for your dedication, and congratulations on your promotions.
And If I could ask the Township Clerk, Carrie Newbeck, to come back down and swear the two officers in, please.
And raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I'll support the Constitution of the United
and
States
the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office
of the office of
Ship Lieutenant
Ship Lieutenant,
and Staff Captain
Staff Captain,
in and for the Township of Independence,
in and for the Township of Independence,
County of Oakland,
County of Oakland,
in the state of Michigan,
in the state of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Gonna recess for a few minutes, Jose, to
Yeah.
allow them to take some pictures.
Sure. Let's,
Thank you very much. I would like to offer the opportunity for both these officers to speak at the podium.
Keep this short, but I'd like to start by thanking everyone for being here tonight. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Township Board for allowing the fire department to come in and kind of take over the meeting. Also like to thank the fire chief for his belief in me and his faith in me. To the guys on my shift, I'd like to say thank you. You have made the transition into this new role so easy for me. I really do appreciate that. I've enjoyed working on shift 2 so far. I really look forward to continuing on shift 2. I'd like to thank my kids and my mom. Past couple of years have been really busy with school and the promotional process, so thank you for allowing me to pursue my goals. And lastly, my deepest thanks to my wife, Christy. She really encouraged me and pushed me to get my degrees and go for the whole promotional process. She was, so much encouragement for me. Couldn't have done it without you. But thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you to the members of the board. The famous fire chief, Alan Brunacini, once said, don't talk for the sake of talking, so I'll keep this short. I moved to Independence Township in 1975, and it's been my deep honor and privilege to be allowed to serve my community as a firefighter, as an operations lieutenant, and now as emergency medical services coordinator. First of all, I'd like to thank the residents for the incredible support they've shown Independence Fire Department over the years. I'd like to thank Chief Pache for the opportunity and for his guidance. I'd like to thank my predecessor, Captain Don Herbert, who made the transition so easy. And I'd like to thank my coworkers who have helped make this an incredibly rewarding experience throughout the years. Finally, I'd like to thank my family. Thank you to my mom and my sister who are here, my dad and my brother who have passed away, for helping to mold me into the person I am today. To my wife, Angela, to my daughters, Laurel and Gabby, I thank them for being exceedingly supportive and encouraging despite the holidays that I've missed and the moods I've been in after particularly difficult shifts. I'm more grateful than you'll ever know. Words cannot express how much I love you and how much you mean to me. I'm humbled by this opportunity, and I look forward to working with the residents and the guests of this community.
So again, congratulations to the 2 new officers and the 3 new firefighters that made their probation. And if the Township Board would be so willing, we'd like to do some pictures real quick, and then we'll be concluded with our
Sure.
portion. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're
So
gonna
if all the firefighters want to come up and
run. You make a
the
motion to
officers and new
recess, right?
firefighters want pictures with the family, we can do it up
Suspend
front.
the meeting until after these pictures are taken.
Support.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, Chief, it's all yours.
We'll return session at 6:52. I need a motion to,
I'll make a motion to return to the regular meeting at 6:52 PM.
Support.
all those in favor? Say
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. changes we're going to,
We're back to public hearing.
public hearing, right? Okay. Okay, we have a public hearing. We opened the public hearing at 6:52. So with, it's gonna be PY to 2025 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG application, Lisa Christensen.
We
Or
actually have
Lisa,
Jennifer.
or Jennifer Agus, right?
Jennifer Angus, Senior Community Supervisor. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the CDBG for program year 2025.
Sure.
What's the point of order?
Yeah,
Have we done the consent agenda? I don't.
We're still up here at public hearing G,
yeah, G,
Oh, okay.
because we moved
Yeah.
that
All
other
right,
one
thank
up.
you.
yeah. Thank you, Treasurer. Continue, please.
Okay, thanks. So the purpose of the public hearing is to hear comment and have the Board of Trustees determine allocation for Independence Township program year 2025 for the Community Development Block Grant funding. We had a notice that was posted on October 16th. And then Oakland County is projecting that Independence Township will be receiving an allocation of $49,141. We were allowed to have up to 3 projects for this year. The county has made some changes this year. They were recommending that we only have 2 project areas, but since Independence Township is always in compliance with administration of the funding, they are granting that Independence Township can go forward with having three project areas. So in your packet, you received recommendations for the breakdown of that, and that will be what you will be voting on after public hearing. So the recommendation was for minor home repair that allows the maximum of 50. We are allowed a maximum of 15% for public service projects, which will be for senior services for the senior center, and then you will make the board will make the determination as to whether they would do the 3rd project area for Clarkston Area Youth Assistance, or also Haven submitted a letter for consideration for their project as well. The maximum allocation will be for $3,500 for either of those project areas as the board determines. And then the remaining funding goes to our minor home repair program that we administer through the senior center, and that program helps low-income seniors through qualifications for hot water heaters, electrical issues, furnace, gas, air conditioners. We've assisted with roofs in the past, replacing windows, things of that nature for the homes. So the board was supplied with a memo that has that breakdown on it. And last, I know that we do have members of KEA that are here. I'm not sure if we have a member of Haven that is here this evening. So I would invite anyone that would like to speak to come to the podium at this time.
Hello, I'm Jan Sislowitz, Chair of Clarkston Area Youth Assistance, otherwise known as KIA. And we're here because we don't want to assume that we will get CDBG funds, but we do want to let you know that we desperately need them. We went through them very quickly last year. We sent 4 kids to Camp Copnaconic overnight camp, which is a big deal for a lot of the kids. McGrath basketball, driver's training, which can be crucial in the workings of a family with a single parent and very, very low income. We gave 2 kids driver's training. We had the Wolves football camp, Howell Nature Center, and that was between July and December, and we used those funds. So we greatly appreciate having them, and we would love to be able to work them into our budget this year. This is Lauren Kloss, our caseworker. She'd like to add some things.
Yes, thank you so much for having us tonight, and always, of course, your support for our organization and everything we do for families here in Clarkston. I do want to note, too, like with these CDBG funds, they make a huge impact. One of the students who went to an overnight camp, Camp Oyesa, this past summer, so in the current program year of 24, he came back and loved it so much that he wants to do the counselor and training program for next year. So here's a kid who didn't have an opportunity otherwise, and he's going to be developing leadership skills and all these other friendship, social skills, and it's just an amazing experience. But in addition to the camp, as Jan mentioned, we do provide many other scholarships, like the driver's training, like the sports and dance and music, all sorts of different skills that these kids can gain. And I do want to note that in the current program year of 2024-2025 CDBG funds, we've already spent the $3,500. It was spent between July of this year and September of this year. So, and that shows the demand is there, the need is there, plus the addition of rising costs in our current economy. The cost of camp has gone up, the cost of activities have gone up, so going through the CDBG funds happens pretty quickly. So we're able to spend them quickly and help these kids right here in our backyard to get these experiences and these skills. So thank you again.
I just want to add one thing, and I think you're aware of this. Haven is a wonderful organization, but they have millions of dollars. We can only come to Independence Township for CDBG. We don't have millions of dollars. And so again, that's I hate to even bring that up, but for people who don't realize that, we're helping kids in our own backyard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Brown.
Yep, and I will follow up with what she said. And for those who don't remember, for a number of years, we rotated this contribution between Haven and Kaya. And a few years back, I think the board took a good look at the finances. Again, both are great programs, but she is correct. Haven, in their last financial reports in 2021, their expenses were $5 million for services and programs. And so this small amount, I think then the board considered it as direct into the community for a program that really needs it. The impact of this money for Kaya is significantly more exponentially than what it is for Haven. And so the board, I think at one point just made a decision. We weren't even putting Haven on here. I was surprised to see them come back. I understand they would like to. For me, it's Clarkston Area Youth Assistance all the way.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Ritchie.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate that too, and I think one of the big things for me is that Clarkston Area Youth Assistance, they show up at these meetings and do give a presentation on their findings of what they do with their money and everything. So, and Haven has never, I don't think, shown up, at least during my term, to report on what they do with the money that we've donated in the past. So I really appreciate that they take the time to show up and explain where our money goes to. So.
I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Morocco.
I'm very familiar with Kaya. I went to their annual meeting. I've been to their events. I follow them along. I agree with everything everyone said. What I'm not clear on is how does Haven and Kaya get to, how do you apply for the CDBG money? What's the requirement that out of just these two that we consider? Is there, I don't know if, how does a nonprofit get on this list, or who creates a list? I think that it sounded like Haven was added because the county said you can go ahead and add one more additional program to it. Is that how we got to 3?
No, it's my understanding that anyone can go and request funding. I know that there are certain parameters to request funding from a municipality for CDBG allocations. I'll give you an example, Sam. I go to present to Springfield Township to request funding for part of their CDBG funding. And we have a community partner with Springfield Township that that part of their funding that they grant us is for access fees for the senior center. So that is what they allocate their funding so that their residents can use our facilities at our residence rates. So basically, we do that community partnership. Quite honestly, I don't know when that was established, and I know that in the past, Haven has reached out to us. I did receive a letter that they wanted to know, and I did provide them with our posting for community development block grant funds. And so that is why they are on this request this year. And so there's a little bit of, the county sets how many project areas, and the county has, over the course of the last 3 years, has restructured their parameters on what municipalities can do with their CDBG funds, and they have requested municipalities have less projects to choose from. The county sets the project areas that there are. So there's a 163-page application that you can go through that was provided in your packet, but in there it does give you a table of contents that says what the project areas are, and they go through the project areas. And so what happens is we're able to do a certain amount of projects for public service, and then we're able to do and then we do one project that is for, and I want to get the term right, that's for public facilities. And so we get to choose one project area, and then we get to choose, according to the county now, what our public service areas are. So the county sets that up, and I hope I'm making things more clear and not more confusing.
Are these the only 2 people that applied?
That is correct.
And do you feel that there's enough money in the home repair fund that we should go after 3 different things?
I do feel that we do have sufficient funds, actually, because we last year, because we're no longer operating transportation services, and a large chunk of our money, our CDBG funds, was allotted to transportation in the past. This year and last year, it was my recommendation to the board not to allocate funding to transportation, CDBG funding to transportation, because we were in that pilot program with NODA, and we were flushing that out at the time. So we weren't operating transportation, so we were able to take that funding and roll it over into the minor home repair program, and doing that the same, using that same model this year. We're no longer taking 4 project areas. We only have 3 project areas that allowed more money into minor home repair, which was greatly needed and is utilized. And so we're better able to serve our residents with that need in the community, because quite honestly, outside of our township funding that we get, it really is challenging for our low-income folks to find a resource for home repairs. It really is challenging. So we're allowed to put those additional funds in there and service more residents within our community with those funds.
And it has a $3,500 cap?
No, that program will be, the allocation for that program this year for minor home repair, because as I stated, we have a little over $49,000 coming. And so into CDB, or the minor home repair, we'll be allocating a little over $41,000. And then that's where our other 2 project areas have a minimum cap of, or a minimum of $35,000. So we've distributed that between KEA or Kaya, and I'm between Kaya and our senior services.
Trustee Ritchie.
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, Sam, that, there's the total amount that's available. Only 15% of it could be used for public services. That's like the senior center and Kaya or whoever we select. So that 15% is all that we really,
Can give out to
that we
other
can utilize
charities.
for other things. That's why the bulk of it is in minor home repair, because you're only allowed 15% to utilize for other public services.
Thank you, Trustee Ritchie.
Treasurer Brown.
And I just want to point out, Sam, that when you bring up other charities and nonprofits, it has to have some type of a government connection. It can't just be any nonprofit. In the case of Kaya, they are formed through the court system, and that's what allows us, when we originally started doing this, we actually had to get a legal opinion that we could contribute to them because of their tie to the court system. I believe Haven has the same situation. So that's why you don't see all these different nonprofits coming in, because it has to have that government tie.
I guess I had one question on the MAFE. It says it has, the Senior Services Center and Kaya on the same line at 3871.
Put a space in between those.
3,500.
The 3,500 is either for Kaya or Haven.
And then it says or for Haven, so.
Well, this is for that, and then this, assume there's a space in here.
I see.
It's
So
this
it's
one and
this
this
one
one,
or
one of those
this
is gonna
one?
get that.
Correct.
And we're only voting to give that $3,500 to one of the two?
One or the
Whether it
other.
be Kaya or Haven at this point?
Correct.
Okay. Because,
And Haven hasn't applied in 3 or 4 years because, again, for
Okay.
the points I
No,
said
I'm-
earlier.
I'm good, I just wanted to understand it better, that's all.
Yeah,
Trustee Tether.
I echo a lot of the other comments that have been made, and, frankly, Clarkson Area Youth Assistance been around a very long time. In fact, I was a mentor through the Mentors Plus program many moons ago, and still have a relationship with that young man who's now 34. So the program works. It relies heavily on volunteers and a shoestring budget. And unlike Haven, Clarkson Area Youth Assistance can't go to Orion Township, can't go to other communities and say, will you please consider lending, giving us your community development block grant funds. So this is really, really critical for this organization. It continues to do an amazing job.
And the vote for this will be later on in the
Right,
meeting?
yes.
This is just the presentation part right now?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Any questions? Any other concerns? Okay. Anyone in the public? Before I close the hearing? Anyone online that would like to address? No? Okay.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we close the hearing at 7:10 p.m. And we're gonna talk about this in regular business, so. Okay. Okay, we now have a carryover or postpone, or to consent agenda. Request to approve the Board of Trustees regular closed session minutes of October 22, or 22nd, 2024. Two, request to approve the November 6, 2024 check round, including the ACH $2,257,055.69, and ratify the October 25th, 2024 payroll, $337,695.80. Three, request to approve Brady Lodge rental with alcohol, Sunday, November 10, 2024.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Regular business. Now we're gonna talk about what we just did in the hearing. Number one, request to approve the PY 2025 Community Development Block Grant CDBG application. Lisa, which she already presented, I
Yeah,
guess
she
we
already
can make,
presented.
yeah, we
We
can
just
make a
vote on it.
motion, I think, and,
I'll make a motion on
Okay.
motion A to move to approve the program year 2025 Community Block Grant, Development Block Grant application certification between the County of Oakland and the Township of Independence for a total amount of $49,141, and to direct the supervisors to electronically sign program year 2025 Community Development Block Grant application and conflict of interest certification as the authorized representative of the township, and direct the senior division supervisor to process the application.
Support.
Okay, that's a roll call.
No simple majority.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Motion B.
I'll move to approve the allocation of the 2025 Community Development Block Grant funding for housing minor home repair program. Account number is 172-170-31227 in the amount of $41,770.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Motion C.
Move to approve the allocation of the 2025 Community Development Block Grant funding for public services, senior services, program account number 172-160-731712 in the amount of $3,871.
Support.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion D.
Motion D is move to approve the allocation of the 2025 Community Development Block Grant funding for public services, youth services for the Clarkson Area Youth Assistance Program, account number 172-160-732185 in the amount of $3,500.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, Ron. Okay, moving on. Chief Pichet? Please come to the podium.
Good evening again. So I'm here requesting approval to purchase one 2024 Chevy Tahoe from Todd Wenzel Chevrolet in Hudsonville, Michigan. It will be assigned as my car, the fire chief car, and it will replace the current 2021 Ford Explorer, which will be utilized as a staff vehicle within the fire department. So what I'm proposing to do is do a reassignment of staff vehicles in my department. So that this year we had $40,000 set aside for a replacement of a staff vehicle, and then in 2025 I had an additional $50,000 for another staff vehicle. So I'm spending, instead of spending the total of $90,000 for two vehicles, to buy one vehicle. Mine's going to be reassigned to the fire marshal, and then his vehicle will be reassigned to the utility vehicle of the department. The utility vehicle of the fire department is a 2008 Ford pickup truck that is in quite disrepair and needs to be replaced at this point. So instead of buying two vehicles, I'm buying one and just reassigning the vehicles throughout the department. So in the end, over the course of this end of this year and the beginning of next, it'll be a savings of approximately $34,000 from the fire department CIP to just do a reassignment. And I put more miles on my vehicle, so I'm putting more wear and tear on mine by giving it down to the fire marshal for him to use. He only puts a few miles on a day. So I want to get more longevity out of these staff vehicles instead of just replacing vehicles on a time frame. So we were able to find the Chevy Tahoe. It's under the My Deal of the state of Michigan. It actually came in less expensive than the Ford Explorer. So we're here to propose that and to do a budget amendment of an additional $15,000 from the $50,000 for next year to make the purchase this year for the vehicle.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Any concerns? Or?
No, I think
No,
it
we're
sounds
good.
good. Being
Sounds
very
good.
fiscally responsible, Chief.
Yep.
Going to make a motion.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
carries.
Carrie.
So you'll bring the asset destruction on the 2008, so you're going to sell that one, or we're going to?
Yeah, I would like to sell that one, but I didn't think I should do it tonight until you
Okay.
guys had the
Okay.
opportunity to approve this. So I'll have to come back next meeting
Okay.
to get approval for that
Perfect.
disposal.
Thank you.
Paul?
You know, Chief, we get better resale with leather seats. I'm surprised you didn't put some leather seats in this vehicle.
They're very stripped-down vehicles under the My Deal.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows the My, if you don't know, those vehicles are specific for local governments that need vehicles in their fleet. So they come, I guess, fairly stripped down, the best
I
way to
saw
put
that,
it.
and
So,
third row seats missing because you got to put gear and things back there.
exactly, so.
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Sam, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'd move to approve the fire chief to purchase one 2024 Chevy Tahoe four-wheel drive SSV utility vehicle from Todd Wenzel Chevrolet located at 3156 Highland Drive, P.O. Box 310, Hudson, Michigan 49426, for an amount not to exceed $51,887.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd also like to recommend that we move to approve the 2024 budget amendment number 32 as presented.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and thanks again for letting us have that time earlier for the swearing-ins. It's important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Next is, I received oh, thank you. Thanks. Sure, you're welcome. I received a while ago the resignation of one of the board member from the DDA, the Downtown Development Authority, Nate Neiman. He sent me a letter of resignation, and then I was looking into some of the applicants for the DDA. As you know, the DDA has a new board starting a few years ago, and then it's doing really well. People are participating, and we have so many good ideas. And probably it's gonna come very soon. And so I reviewed the application, as you know, and the DDA has some special requirements. The members of some of them have to have interest based in the district. Some people have to live on Dixie Highway, the district, and then I bring a recommendation tonight from replacing Mr. Nate Neiman, John Doolin. He's actually here. If you would like to come to the podium, introduce yourself to the board. John?
Hi, John Doolin, 7421 South Village Drive. I do live on that Dixie corridor, and very happy to be able to help.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Doolin? Something? You guys okay?
So
or-
is he representing an in-district member exactly? Are you actually reside in the district itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay. You would like to make a motion, Sam?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd move to appoint John Doolin to the Downtown Development Authority to finish Nate Neiman's term expiring December 31st, 2025.
Okay.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
And thank you, our residents, to participate. That means a lot to us. Your input matters, and looking forward to see more great things in the DDA. Okay, moving on. Now is this proposal from, this was actually brought to me from Mr. Scarborough, Bill Scarborough, who is here, and told me that he would like to make a presentation about this proposal. He is, as you know, our chairman from our planning commission. Thank you, Mr. Scarborough, for coming tonight, and please,
Thank you.
the podium is yours.
As you all know, Bill Scarborough, 5704 Nob Hill Circle. I'm here as chairman of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has requested that you approve the engagement of a consultant to draft a tree preservation ordinance. This is something we think that is needed to kind of restrict or limit what we've seen in wholesale, you might call it wholesale, stripping of land for development projects. The goals of this ordinance are to preserve green space, trees, and related natural resources, to eliminate the unnecessary destruction of trees and woodlands, to maintain our natural ecosystem, save trees that will not interfere with the development of the property, save trees on the border of property. It is not a goal to save all trees possible, to save all trees above a certain width, or to interfere with the responsible maintenance of residential property. It is not that. There are a few main principles of this ordinance, which I'll just briefly touch on. This will not apply to all parcels over 3 acres that was indicated in the MAIF you were given. I want you to be clear. I want to be clear on that. It does not apply to parcels, all parcels over 3 acres. It is our intent that it only apply to parcels that come in front of the Planning Commission for a site plan, PUD, PRD, condominium, or subdivision development. It will define protected trees and unprotected trees. Unprotected trees are all trees under 6 inches in diameter, trees used as part of a agricultural operation or forestry operation, trees required for public utilities, areas that will be improved for roads and rights of ways, dead and unhealthy trees, invasive trees, and trees that have become a danger, and trees that need to be removed in emergencies. Those are unprotected. Everything else is protected. Developers will be allowed to remove 50% of protected trees. If they exceed that, that should allow them enough room to clear their building location, the roads, the easements for utilities, things like that, and then encourage them to save the trees on the rest of the property. There is a replacement plan. If they exceed that 50% restriction on protected trees, they will be required to replace them elsewhere on the site. And there will be language to strongly encourage the protection of landmark trees, which will be defined in the ordinance when written. But basically, landmark trees are your big ones. Okay, that's a landmark tree, but it'll be specifically designed. There are other more operational principles, which I won't review here, but are included in the handout that was included in your agenda package. Keep in mind, this is merely an outline of the suggested principles of the ordinance. This is not the ordinance. There will be changes. It will be fine-tuned. It will be defined. You will eventually be asked to approve that final product. We're not asking you to approve the ordinance tonight, just the engagement of the consultant. In seeking approval, I felt you would like some assurance that this is not an intent to get an overreaching ordinance designed to restrict property owners from the ability to remove a tree. And that's why the Planning Commission put this outline together. So that's our request. I hope you act on it favorably. Any questions?
Any questions from board members? Trustee Jim
I
Tyler.
have a couple thoughts.
Sure.
I'm always generally reluctant just because there's always a slow creep when it comes to an ordinance. Pick any municipality, pick any size of government. The intent is A, but the outcome over a series of years becomes Z. And I guess I'm a little disappointed that the reference to parcels 3 acres or larger wasn't caught before making it to the MAIF, because that's a big oversight in my opinion, and that has to come from somebody to get there. So that's pointed, and I understand the spirit of what you're asking for tonight is not reflective of that, but still there. Again, that kind of validates my concern about slow creep of overzealous governance, if you will. So that's part one, but I know we have a very active ROAC, Residential Open Space Advisory Committee, and one of the very members of that organization, an attorney himself, and with experience in these types of ordinances is willing to put together a draft proposal for free. And while Mr. Carlisle has represented us well and represented us for a long time, it comes at the cost of $9,000 for him to perform this work that I understand Mr. Fisher is willing to do at no cost as a member of the ROAC. So that's my reluctance. And, I know we're not asking for ultimate approval of said ordinance, that just kind of to get something on paper, but I'd like to see, us save the township money by at least starting with a competent individual with experience in this area to get the ball rolling, if it's the will of the board.
Can I comment on that?
Of course, you can.
Regarding the 3 acres, the outline that was attached in the agenda package, that is what was put together by the Planning Commission. So I honestly don't know where the 3 acres came from. And I can assure you that is not our intent. As far as who drafts it, I just wanted to get it done. Okay? That's basically, we've been pushing this thing for 6 months, and I want to get it done. I respect the cost benefit, or the cost consciousness. I respect Mr. Fisher's ability. But I've thought about this a lot, and I do think having one of the parties that will be instrumental in implementing this new ordinance, if passed, draft it, has some importance.
Okay. Paul?
So, there's a few things that concern me, and for me, it has to do with what is it going to cost long-term. Because if you look at a tree ordinance and some of the things discussed within this, somewhere there has to be some type of a survey of what exists. Because how can you cite someone for cutting down a tree that exceeded the 6-inch diameter if we don't go do surveys through some type of forestry program? And if I just look at the 25% of the townships that are northwest quadrant, that's probably 10,000. That's probably 10,000 acres, with all kinds of trees. And now, if you take out the 3 acre size, that it could be even smaller acres, it's the whole township. Well, who's going to be responsible for paying to do the survey to build us this inventory of what trees exist? Because if you don't have that, how are you going to cite someone for cutting something down? That's my first concern, is I have no idea what that's going to cost, and to move forward without some understanding of what other communities have done and what it's cost them, similar communities, it's hard for me to see the board trying to move forward with something like that. My other concern is, as soon as you start trying to do something like this, I'm trying to understand what prevents a guy who lives on his property that's, let's say, is 10 acres, and he's not developing it, and he doesn't have any plans to develop it. But maybe he wants to sell it in the future. And if he thinks he's going to get stuck because we're not doing a tree ordinance, he'll go cut all his trees down while we're playing around trying to put this together. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's a fear. That if we start bringing this out saying we're going to have tree ordinances in place, then what's to stop people from finding a way around ordinances? Because they find ways around these things all the time, and no matter what we try to do to stop people from what they're doing on their own property, there's going to be somebody trying to figure out how to get around it. And so now we get into court cases, and we're all familiar with the court cases. From Canton, a ton of money was spent because of clear cutting. They spent $250,000, and the property owner won. Now, I know you can change the ordinances to make them fit. I just want to make sure we know what kind of money we're spending long-term on something like this before we start going down the path. And so those are my 2 big concerns.
I'll address that. A lot of points. I hope I can remember them all. Regarding, you said parcels under 3 acres. Again, it's not our intent. It'll be projects that come in front of the Planning Commission. Generally over They're good-sized properties. It is anticipated, and it's mentioned in the outline, that the applicant will be required to submit a tree survey. It's nothing that'll be a cost on the township. The applicant will have to, before he does any work, will have to submit a tree survey. And it will show every tree over 6 inches in diameter, and it'll show which ones he wants to remove and which ones he wants to keep, with one exception. Again, as anticipated, he will be able to outline a woodlands area. If there's a clump of trees, small, big, that he won't touch, he doesn't need to inventory them. He just needs to indicate it as such. Save him some money. So that, I don't see any cost to the township in that regard.
So my question would be, if the property owner has no plans on coming before the planning commission or doing anything like that, what's to stop him from cutting down the trees?
Again,
And then selling the property?
Again, as anticipated, or this ordinance contains a provision, if it is determined that based upon associated historical area photographs or other evidence, an owner of a developer or property required to comply with this section has removed or cleared protected trees within 5 years of the time the site plan or subdivision approval is applied for, the planning commission may require the property owner or developer to install additional landscaping trees as required by the site plan, et cetera, et cetera. It gives us the opportunity to look back and see what was there.
Sam?
On that note, just before I get going on some other points, I just ran into that situation in West Bloomfield where one of my customers cleared some trees, nothing to do with our construction, but when the city came by, they had aerial photographs of protected woodlands from back in the 80s, and that canopy line is what they used all the way back to the 80s to say you've gone into this protected wetland, after the fact. And I think it set the guy back about $50,000 for cutting some trees down in his circular driveway that were underneath this canopy from the 80s. So there's much more stringent and stricter policies in Oakland County, certainly more than ours. I don't think that our intent, and I've been involved in this from the beginning, being on ROAC and stuff, was to become as stringent as some of the other communities. But I'm just going to tell you what I felt one of the driving forces was, and why I was supporting somewhat of a woodland ordinance was that it was when a developer has a piece of property and they go and clear cut it without a site plan being approved, we don't know. There's a lot of parcels in this township are identified through the greenways plan in the township that shows animal movements and connectivity throughout the township, and those tree rows and power line utility easements and things are identified and they're part of a master plan that I worked on with the Planning Commission a decade ago to connect all the parcels and hubs and places to make sure that we weren't isolating animal movements in the township and stuff like that. And my intent of this was that if we could put a restriction on commercial property that would require a site plan, to have a site plan discussion prior to clearing the trees, we could then identify these certain tree rows and woodland areas and such. And then if we wanted to make concessions on density or clustering or whatever to preserve those, it would give us that ability to do it prior to them being removed. And that kind of came up last year when we started seeing commercial property being cleared and there was no escrows, there was no permits, it was just, we're gonna go in and start clearing trees. To Paul's thing, that's always a worry that people are going to just go, oh, there's an ordinance coming, so I better hurry up and do this. Well, now whether those are good people or their intents are good, I don't, that's only certain people that would do something like that. The rest of them probably won't even know we're doing this. Like most of the residents never know when we're putting enforcement on them until it's too late and we've already done it. So they're not, certain guys would be following this and maybe try to do something shady like that, but I don't think the bulk of our investment people in the community would. One of my other points would be is I've been watching you guys and you guys have, and with ROAC being involved, that you guys have done a great job of saying, okay, well, Oakland Township has a woodland ordinance. We feel like it's a little more stringent than possibly that would fit our mold at Independence, you know. Auburn Hills has one, Lake Orion has one. What kind of throws me around a little bit is that all these townships have paid people to create these ordinances. And I remember the day that you brought in multiple ordinance from multiple places in Oakland County and Macomb County and said, let's just lay these out and kind of look and see which paragraphs are pertinent and which we think, you know, align with us. And I think we live in, after the chicken ordinance situation and we live in a cut and paste and merging society. And I think that with the resources we have in the township and the people on the planning commission and people on ROAC and our planning and zoning department should be capable of getting us to what we think is close to how a comfort zone in the ordinance with all the text and data that's out there that you can cut and paste and mold something that you feel is fit. And you've clearly done that in your outline. So you're not coming to us saying, hey, we think we need a woodland ordinance, let's go create one. You guys are well into what your guidelines are, how restrictive you want to be, looking back at, like, you've already put a ton of thought into this. And to me, it seems like, and I see value in our consultants reviewing and telling you their experiences and things that they did. But I think that you guys, and we should be able to, with our own planning department officials, zoning board, and the creation of ROAC, we should be able to get this thing dialed in closer than the creation of an ordinance. And then I would feel more comfortable having it reviewed, criticized, because then it still formally has to go to the attorneys, you know, the ordinance itself, and then it has to come back to the township board as something that's been agreed to and defendable and recommended to us. So I just think that this is a big chunk to bite. It's a bigger chunk than I think we need to, and I know you're anxious to get it done, and so am I, trust me. But I think if you guys buckle down and get this thing close, that then the review and consulting fees could be minimized to some extent using our in-house resources, and then but still fast track this, you know what I mean, and keep it on the agendas. And then I think we could save a little bit of money and still achieve our same goals, opposed to like this is like we're starting from scratch. And I don't think we are. I think you guys have got really far along already with this. And I'd like to see if we ourselves in-house and the talent that we already possess are capable of getting this closer to the finish line, and then paying the consultants and the attorneys to put an input on it, opposed to starting at the beginning. That's kind of my opinion.
My goal is to get it done, and I rely on you folks up there to know the capabilities of the staff people, obviously better than I do. And Mr. Morocco, I thank you for pointing out the process. Mr. Brown, yes, we did look at ordinances from Ann Arbor, Lake Orion, Troy, Oakland Township. And we picked what we felt was the most appropriate. And our consultants, whether it be Mr. Carlisle or Mr. Fisher, are well aware of what communities around us have written, well aware of it. And that Canton Township ordinance, the problem with that ordinance was their fines were exorbitant. Exorbitant, and that's why they ruled it an unlawful taking. This is not anticipating that kind of a fine structure. Any fines would be subject to board approval. That's in the Code of Ordinances, I believe. So that would be a separate process. Anybody else?
Mm-hmm. Treasurer Brown?
You know, in looking at options relative to preserving trees, there's lots out here about that, and it includes the kind of the idea that the standalone method of a tree ordinance is not really necessarily the best option, and that including that in other programs, and for example, and the stuff that I was able to pull up, incentive programs, and I don't know if we've looked at incentive programs relative to offering financial assistance, tax breaks, property owners who plant trees or maintain healthy trees as one of the possible options. Education and outreach, so providing information to residents about proper tree care, because if we take care of the trees we have, and especially in all the residential streets we have had, and this is something I thought ROAC would really do well, which was even the 1 acre parcels, information provided to homeowners about keeping vines off the trees or invasive things from killing the trees could go a massive way towards protecting what we already have on places that are never gonna get developed. And then the other piece is land use planning, where integrating the tree conservation into the zoning regulations and development plans would be different than actually having a tree ordinance. And I don't understand everything that entails. But I would think, and I guess I'll ask, have you guys talked about those other possible components to doing something that will really have the greatest impact?
No, I might ask if Mr. Carlisle might, but that's up to the chairman.
Sure. Mr. Carlisle would like to address to the board, please.
Well, I'm not sure what I was being asked, but
I can summarize it real quick for you, Dick.
Thank you.
It's that in my sort of researching, which means Googling, it seems to talk about tree ordinances on their own not necessarily being the best method for accomplishing the goal, but in conjunction with other things. For example, education and outreach to people to teach them how to take care of their trees, incentive programs, and changes in land use planning.
We were not asked to provide any information in that regard. Basically, we were asked to initially to outline the approaches that other communities with whom we've had experience have taken with woodland protection ordinances. But that has seemed to be the focus of what we were asked to do, is regulatory in nature, Mr. Brown, rather than...
Dick, I think you've muted yourself or you turned your volume down. We can't hear you.
Down.
My apologies.
There you go.
Okay, I said, what we were presented with to respond to has been regulatory in nature and does not include many of the other things that you had mentioned, although I have provided ROAC with information regarding how our ordinances that exist do, such as a cluster ordinance and otherwise, do require or do encourage tree preservation. But no, we were not asked to look at any other measures other than something that was regulatory in nature.
All right. So I just, my last comment, and then I'll let everyone else hear this. Property rights are pretty important to me, and it concerns me a bit that we're talking about getting this done as fast as we can, and by Trustee Morocco's own opinion, most people won't know we did this until we've done it. I don't like that at all. If we're gonna take away property rights from people in this township on whether they can cut their trees down, I want them all to know it before we do it. I want to have as much education to them as we can, because I don't think you put something like this into place and then have this place fill up with people who want to cut a tree down and we're telling them you can't do it. And so I guess that's another concern. I think there's a better approach with these other items as well, but I'm concerned about property rights, and I struggle to get past that unless we understand what this is going to cost with a lot more detail. And so that's it.
Mr. Supervisor?
Yes. Yes.
Having been through this 3 times before with the township, Treasurer Brown brings up an excellent point from that standpoint. And I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, but maybe it'd be fine for Mr. Fisher to deal with the issues that come before the Planning Commission and the board. When and if people become alarmed about what the impact is upon their property. So to be very clear, the cost of my proposal was specifically anticipating that was going to occur. To the board in general, whatever decision you make, obviously it's your decision, and I will abide by it and work with whoever you choose to do it. I mean, ultimately, Jerry and I have known each other for many, many years and have always worked well together. Ultimately, if you want the township board's interests to be incorporated in this ordinance, Mr. Kelly and I will review this ordinance and advise you. And I think it's just the question of whether you want to have input throughout the process of its preparation, or you want your input to be reflected at the end when you have a draft ordinance in place. So whatever you decide, it's completely fine with me. I've been through this many times with the township in the past.
Chairman?
Okay, sure. Mrs. Carver.
I don't see a developer being deterred by the kind of methods Mr. Brown is talking about. They're not going to go in and clear vines out of a tree. They're going to go in and clear cut. They're going to cut down.
I was talking about the vines in a single-family home where they've got trees on their property line and it's 1 acre and there's vines going up killing the trees. I was specific about that. I'm not talking about developers cutting down vines.
And we're not talking about stopping them from doing that. We're not.
No, but that's pointed out as protecting trees because we educate people that the vines kill them. I'm not saying we're stopping people from doing that. I said we should educate them so that property owners can go around their property and snip those vines before they kill the trees. Wasn't clear, I guess.
I think the way I'm reading your suggestion is two separate steps. One is an ordinance directed towards real estate developers. Another one is a series of instructions and things like that to educate homeowners on how to protect their trees. That's the way I'm hearing what you're saying. And our ordinances are very confusing, very hard to read, and there's a lot of things at a lot of different places. And my preference is to have one place where a developer can go and see what the restrictions are on him preparing his property for development.
Okay, Ron?
Mr. Scarborough, I guess I'll try to jump in and help a little bit. You can straighten me out if I'm wrong. But basically, we were talking, we had this discussion several times at the Planning Commission. And I think the majority of everybody, is in favor of saving trees, mature trees, if possible. But and that's where you came up with the wording. It has to do with somebody that comes forward with a site plan or a large development, like a PUD or something. You're saying this only applies to those types of entities, not the typical homeowner. And I think really, I guess, I told you I wasn't in favor of having like an arborist and all these, the expense to the township that, I'm not looking to do that, but I guess I would like to find a way to save as many trees as we can, especially when they're developing, so they don't clear cut the whole property. But it really become, the ordinance, what we're looking for is really a checklist of what developer is going to do with that property. Like, what is the property's natural state now, and what do you plan to do with it? And one of the checklists, and I think we went about this when we talked about PUDs and everything before, there's a checklist of, what trees are there and which ones we're keeping, and how can we rearrange whatever the development is to make sure we maintain and keep as many of the mature trees as possible, or clusters of trees. And that was the sole, I think the sole part we got down to, and that's what you're submitting here. We're not trying to attach any single-family homeowner or anything like that. It's has to do with developments that that are going to have a site plan, and it'll be one of the steps of submitting the site plan is the current landscape and what your development's going to do to those trees.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to summarize what I think we went through already. So that's how we got to this point where the list was bigger and we hacked it around and did a number of different things. And
if somebody buys a 5-acre parcel and then they want to build a house on it, then this is going to apply to them?
Houses don't come to the planning commission. Not a single home.
we're talking about site plans that are being reviewed by the planning commission.
Yeah.
Okay, and is it, because I know there's been talk about the legality of trying to sort of make the tree ordinance fit some specific group. And are we super confident that what we're suggesting we do is in fact gonna pass the legal muster? Because it doesn't say there's a legal opinion that it's okay, it just says they'll work on it.
Well, I think that's part of the next step. I think we've got this whittled down to what the planning commission thinks is viable. Like I say, it's not meant to go to a single family homeowner, whether a guy just goes out and cuts down a tree in his backyard, or he buys property to build a new house. It's only people that are developing where it requires a site plan, and he can show what the current state is and what his proposed state is if he develops it, so.
Do we know how many acres there are that we're talking about in the township that would?
No, I don't. I mean, I'd even be willing to consider during the drafting phase. I'll caution this by saying subject to what other people have to say and other opinions, but I suppose if some guy wanted to buy a 1-acre piece of property in a industrial area and put up a small shop, and he wanted to cut his trees down, if that's what it takes to get this through, I would concede to that.
But it would still be listed on a site plan if it went forward this way. It's like he would have to show what it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this building here, I'm gonna cut down these trees. And that's what we're saying. It's we wanna see it before he does it. And hopefully have some input on, hey, could you do it this way and maybe save these trees?
So is there any way for us to get the information about exactly how many acres of property in the township or parcels that this would in theory impact?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I think that's an important thing to understand. How many vacant parcels are we impacting that would be able to be developed as, PUDs, or help me, Sam, you understand what I'm asking is.
Yeah, I don't.
The entire northwest quadrant, could that all be considered? Because someone could put together 2 or 3 of those and say, look, I want to put a development in up here. I'm going to build 20 houses. We'll put it in wells and sewer in our septic systems, and then they would apply to them, right?
Yeah. Well, it would be an assemblage, in my opinion, assemblage of property or a commercial property, or like we said, I don't think the intent of this was ever to regulate residential property. But when you develop property for profit, there's a need to be able for us to have the ability to negotiate clearing and placement and tree preservation and animal movements and all of that. And I agree. I don't know that we're ready for the tree ordinance, but I think that's where the goal is. That's where the focus has always been, is that, and on another note, it's not uncommon, and the township used to do tree inventories. I can tell you for sure that Sashabaw Crossings over there behind Tim Hortons, when that was developed, every tree on the property, over a tiny tree, was marked on the property, and it's in the minutes, and that was not uncommon to have a developer identify the trees on the property during the site plan process, so you could see that. And it was done at their expense. I think that it shouldn't be down to 3 caliber. It should be, at 6 or 8, something significant, so you're not charging them to do 5,000 trees. But that's not uncommon for the township to do that.
Would it have covered this property across the street?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is 80% residential, and then you said it wouldn't. You didn't think it would cover.
Because it's a PUD, residential. Because it's a PUD. What we're trying to say is this doesn't affect single single-family residential property.
You
It could be a
individual-
10-acre parcel with someone's putting one home on. They would not be under the control of this. But if it's a development, if it's a PUD, if it's a commercial property, if, you know, those parcels that are being developed for commercial use, we just had a parcel that came that we shot down the other day that was a clear-cut end-to-end, you know what I mean? Where it'd be nice to have that ability to say, leave this tree row, do this, stay out of the wetland, move over to the side. We don't have any protections in place. And I don't think, and I'm not a tree, I always believe that trees are a renewable resource, so I'm not a tree hugging guy in that respect that other people are. But I see the value of trees on buffering, on property, on privacy, and I think that it's important that the township in the beginning has the ability to make concessions. And I'm not opposed to making concessions to save trees, to giving more density. That's how we got the community garden. They gave us 36 acres of vacant land, and we let them, instead of building on 3 acres, build on, you know, 1/3 acre and half-acre sites, you know. So that's the kind of negotiating that I think this ordinance and discussions would bring in before the stuff is cut down. And it gives you a better dialogue before they waste money on site plans and say, we're cutting to the edges and all this. They know there's going to have to be more dialogue for preservation. But I don't think it restricts any development plan. It just, it's kind of like, hey, we need to know what you're thinking before you go start doing things, so that we can make sure that we don't need you to make some modifications to help from some other situation, you know. But on the same note as earlier, though, I think that you guys are getting really close to this, getting it dialed into what you want. And I think that you guys should work on this a little bit and work within the planning director and other resources in the township, and then get it pretty close to what you think. Maybe have the board get a brief on it or something, and then take it to the consultants for them to identify potential problems on it, and then finally the attorneys. But more, I would like to see if it could be done on more of a consulting basis than a generation of ordinance basis, if that makes sense.
I guess I'd say that if there's a consensus to move forward, I'd like the board to make a decision whether they instruct Brian Ottman to do it, or Mr. Carlisle, or Mr. Fisher. Like I said earlier, I just want to get it done. Not in an exorbitant hurry. I want to get it done properly, but I want to get it done.
Trustee Jim Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate that, you know, and just kind of fleshing this through the conversation. I believe it's premature to enlist our consultant at this point, I think. And there's still a lot of questions and a lot of reluctances by the board. We're going to have a couple new members here soon. All of that being said, I'd like to know what the spirit and intent is of the Planning Commission and the ROAC. Because right now, is it going to be similar to Lake Orion Township, or is it going to be like Royal Oak or West Bloomfield, right? I mean, there's a lot of different parameters, a lot of different directions we can go, and so I would have more comfort in knowing that we've utilized our in-house resources that are either paid staff, salaried staff, and or volunteers on the various committees we have. I'd like to see this dialed in before committing, and I'm sure it's, you know, eminent that we'll engage Mr. Carlisle and Mr. Kelly at some point, but I'd rather do it when we've got 90%. You know, it's, you know, if I were to be the architect of a home, much like you're being architects of this Woodlands ordinance, if I were to be the architect of a home, I would want to bring forth all the ideas before just cutting someone loose to design said home. And so there's going to be an important place where Mr. Carlisle will be involved, Mr. Kelly will be involved, but I think it's down the road, and perhaps could be at a savings of thousands of dollars, because the brainchild is the chairman before us, and that in the committee.
With all respect, I think the planning commission has done that. I did not share with you some of the other matrices that I put together to present to the planning commission that broke out the key principles of the ordinances of Lake Orion, of Troy, of Ann Arbor. And I broke out every key principle, whether or not I thought it was a good one or bad one. And we went through those. And maybe I'm exaggerating by saying key, because maybe it was a lot more than that. I think we did that, Jim. And I'd be glad to share that with you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carver.
Sorry to be so.
So for what I understand, Mr. Scarborough concluded he done his research with the Planning Commission. At this point, I guess I want to see you guys feeling like we want to make a motion of this, or we're going to table it, or
I can only speak for myself.
Sure, I understand.
I'd like to, I mean, again, as a steward of taxpayer money, I'd like to see that information before me. I don't want to support something, expenditure of something that I later am not going to support as a final product. You know what I mean? I'd like to see I know it's going to maybe be a little bit, you know, in the rough form, but I think what I'm looking at is to capture the spirit and intent of what we're dealing with here, because I think Treasurer Brown he has a lot of questions of his own, and so I'm not in any way against the Planning Commission moving forward. I just think we've got a lot of staff at hand to present us with something that's a little more tangible than a couple paragraphs in the MAIF that we could digest it beforehand, and then, okay, this looks good, let's now engage Mr. Carlisle, and, you know, maybe the same cost, maybe less, but at least we've got something a little more tangible before us, rather than a broad concept.
So what I'm understanding is you feel like have to be more work before we give it to Dick Carlisle and the attorneys to look into.
The work may already be done. I just
That's
would like
what
to
I
be
feel.
able. I'd like to be
Yeah.
able to see it.
Okay.
That's all. But again, I'm just speaking for myself. The board is free to.
Of course, no,
proceed
Jim,
as
I
you please.
appreciate
Yeah.
your input. I mean, that's why
Sure.
when Mr. Scarborough brought it to me, I said, when I bring it to you guys for discussion. Claire Newbeck.
I'm feeling that quite a bit of the work has been done. I think they pulled some of these outside, with ROAC as well as the Planning Commission. They've done their homework, they've pulled it together. I think where we would be at more of an impasse, either we would have a work session as a board and to see all of the rough other ordinances from the other communities and try to assemble that. That's not our forte. I think at this point, in my opinion, Dick Carlisle, who has done our ordinances, who would, if we were to approve it, would bring us to the finish line with that. That's something that I think he should work together with the Planning Commission, or even him to draft something to bring back to the board, maybe again at a work session, and kind of get a feel. Dick, I think, is hearing the temperature of the board, the hesitation of the board, as well as the zeal of the Planning Commission, of ROAC, and what they feel is important, and maybe he can be that key to bring us together on that. I'm not sure that that's something that we're educated, I'm not, to do, and I think it's going to take somebody that can pull those things together and bring it in more of a rough draft form than what we're looking at here, and then that can be something that we can better digest, tear apart, piece together on something that may or may not fit the needs of the township.
Treasurer Brown?
I think you made a couple of great points, Clerk Newbeck. And the joint, and I've asked about maybe doing this a number of times this past year, and that's to have a joint work session with this board and the Planning Commission in this room together, circled up on tables. We did it about eight years ago, and I think it was very beneficial. We have new members on this board coming in. We have new members on the Planning Commission. I think a work session where we could include talking about that, it'd be a public meeting, so that both the Planning Commission and this board are in the room together, so we can sort of make sure everyone feels like we're going in the right direction, and these questions can be answered, and we need to do that anyways. I think we need to have a joint session between this board and the Planning Commission to get to know each other. So,
Trustee Morak?
I don't think that could happen soon enough, Paul. I think that this board has not done a very good job of conveying to the Planning Commission what our wishes are. I don't think that we've done a very good, the past board I don't think did a good job. I was on the Planning Commission 20 years. I don't remember any board doing a very good job of conveying what they want to the Planning Commission, to hold the line, don't hold the line, go after more development, whatever. It's never been that relationship. Paul, you had that joint meeting, but that's it. That I can remember since 2003 when I was appointed, that's a huge breakdown for me, because I'm always watching the Planning Commission or the Zoning Board or whatever going, what are you talking about? Like, what are you doing? Like, somebody needs to be there to kind of give you, to let you know what people are thinking. And I don't think it's fair to the Planning Commission to have new members come on there. They don't understand the flavor of the board. They're trying to make good decisions. But it really is the board who's responsible for the development direction of the township, and it's us that should be laying out our feelings to the board. And I think that couldn't come soon enough. That way there's no gray area. Now maybe the consensus of the board is less restrictive than I might be, let's say, but that line needs to be conveyed, and then the Planning Commission works for us, and they need to work in that direction. And there was times in the township and boards in the township that were very anti-development, and then there were more pro-development after the recession, and then we're trying to, kind of find a balance now, is how I look at it, and how we're going to balance out. And I think that it's not fair to always criticize the Planning Commission, even though maybe I have before, possibly. But they don't have I just really feel that they don't have good direction of what we expect. And I think that what Paul is saying couldn't happen soon enough, and that's going to alleviate a lot of issues if we could get everybody on the same page, so that we give them direction and then they recommend to us aligning projects, So I'm definitely in favor of that.
I think it's great. I also just want to comment that I have a lot of respect for Bill Scarborough. He's got a tremendous amount of experience with this stuff, and I probably don't know some things I should at this point, but that scares me to vote on things when I feel like I need more information. It's my shortcoming on that piece, but I think that's stuff I can learn pretty quickly, especially if we do this joint session. Maybe we can get it done in January and move in the right direction.
Okay.
So maybe we table this
We
until we
table.
can do that.
Okay. If nobody would like to make a motion, then
Carrie, how would we table it then?
I would table it then.
We just don't take any action right
Yeah.
now.
All right.
Moving to the next item.
I think Planning Commission members are here. We have ROAC members here. Dick Carlisle's listening, and we have someone from the Kelly firm here, so I think it's fairly obvious what I think we need, and we can always make a motion to set a work session.
I'll do that. I would like to make a motion that we set up a work session with the Planning Commission and the Independence Township Board no less than 90 days from now, as soon as is possible.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'll support it. I like the soon as possible.
Well, I'm just,
Yeah.
it needs to be after,
After
the
the
new board members
appointments.
come in.
Yeah, after the
And so it's gonna be January, so that's
Right.
60 days, but I don't know
Okay,
when
I
the
got
first
you.
meeting is. It'll be probably late January at the latest, but within 90 days. There's a second?
I support that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, come to the podium, please.
Just so I'm clear on the process, who takes the initiative to set that up?
That way the new supervisor, the office of the new supervisor.
The new supervisor and, yes,
Yeah.
new supervisor.
The new supervisor.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Thank you, board. Rick Jagger, or Vice Analyst.
Good evening, everyone. We have budget amendment number 31 tonight. It involves some budget cleanup along with the removal of CIP projects for the general CIP, sewer, and water funds. So the first part, it's budget cleanup and removal of CIP projects. Both are explained as follows. Budget cleanup impacts the general Sashbaugh drain maintenance and water funds as follows. Number one, motion number 2021-08162, approve the design engineering costs for the open space on Town Hall property for a not-to-exceed amount of $46,000. At the end of 2021, there was $40,630 that remained unspent and was pulled forward into 2022. At the end of 22, there was still $34,192 that remained unspent and was pulled forward into 2023. Nothing was spent in 2023, but then all of a sudden in 2024, we have some more expenditures. Nothing was ever budgeted for it, nothing was ever pulled forward for it. I thought the project was actually kind of dead. But there are charges there, and it has put one of our accounts over budget because of those charges. So we do need an amendment for the $34,192, not to say that we're going to spend all of that, but that's the remaining amount of what was approved by the board, and that needs to be pulled forward into 24 to cover the expenses that have come in, and if there's anything out there that still may come in this year. The second part, Sashbaugh Drain Maintenance Fund budgeted $35,000 for drain maintenance, but only spent $27,500. The remaining $7,500 needs to be removed to better reflect the ending fund balance in that fund. Third item under the budget cleanup, the water fund applied for and received a DWSRF loan in 2023 for $5.415 million that will be received by the township over the course of 2 years. 2024 is projected to receive $4,120,000, and that amount needs to be budgeted. The remaining $1,295,000 is already budgeted in 2025, so nothing further is needed in that area. Moving on to the removal of CIP projects. When you remove CIP project, this is actually impacting the general CIP, the sewer, and water funds primarily. The general fund utilizes millage dollars to pay for capital projects on township properties, primarily in the Parks Division of the PRS fund, and road-related projects approved by the Township Board. The sewer and water funds are similar, but you utilize operational dollars to pay for their capital projects. These projects are budgeted every year, but due to various circumstances, some projects just don't get done. The removal of these projects brings the budgets more in line with reality and helps firm up the true fund balances. This is important as the general, Parks and Rec, general CIP, sewer and water fund budgets are scheduled to be presented tonight. So if these projects are not removed, they will distort the ending fund balance for 2024, which in turn will distort the ending fund balances for 25, 26, and 27. So projects being removed by fund are as follows. In the general CIP fund, we've got interior painting of Town Hall, both upstairs and downstairs, $30,000. It's been rebudgeted in 2025. New carpeting throughout Town Hall, $35,000. Again, rebudgeted in 25. New furnaces for Town Hall, we did have $50,000. We purchased one furnace this year, but the balance of $44,610 can be removed, and it's been rebudgeted in 2025 so we can purchase the remaining furnaces. We budgeted $30,000 for new signs at the parks using the new logo. Only $20,000 was needed. Funds budgeted for the Bay Court garage renovation, the $69,005, that's being rebudgeted in 2025. Brick paver removal / replacement at the Bay Court entrance, $50,000, that's being rebudgeted in 2025. Bay Court Lakeview building structural repairs, $100,000, that's being rebudgeted in 2026. Bay Court Playground log slide addition, $40,000, rebudgeted in 2025. Clintonwood ball field backstops / fences, we had $200,000 budgeted this year, we only spent $50,000. Clintonwood volleyball and Bay Court beach sand, we had $20,000 budgeted, and again, we only needed $10,000. Clintonwood Park office roof replacement, $10,000. I was told it's not needed any longer. A cat skid steer loader, $80,000. We actually rebudgeted that in 2028 after we get a better handle on how we're actually going to develop that land. In the sewer fund, replace a sewer camera, $75,000. It's been rebudgeted in 2025 for $100,000. Cost must have gone up. New DPW sign, $10,000, rebudgeted in 2025 for $5,000. A little bit of a decrease there. Replace DPW generator and ATS, $80,000, rebudgeted in 2025 for $100,000. Upgrade the DPW exterior lighting, $10,000, that was rebudgeted in 2025. Rehab of the Parview lift station, $1.8 million, that was rebudgeted in 2025. The rehab of the Deer Hill pump station, $1 million, that was rebudgeted in 2025 for $600,000. Sewer master plan, $50,000, it's rebudgeted in 2025. And the underground fuel tank removal, $35,000, it was rebudgeted in 2025 for $80,000. The big jump there has to do with we're not sure if the land that contains the tanks is contaminated with fuel. So we put a little extra money in there just in case there's some remediation that has to be done there. On the water fund, similar to the sewer fund, we have a new DPW sign, again rebudgeted in 2025. The DPW generator and ATS, again rebudgeted in 25. Exterior lighting, rebudgeted in 25. Water main extension, Bay Court Park to Parview restoration, $150,000. That's no longer needed. Clarkston Bluffs booster station rehab, $550,000. That was rebudgeted in 2025. Storage tank number 2 exterior paint and modifications, $60,000, rebudgeted in 2027. The water master plan, $60,000. That was rebudgeted in 25. Underground fuel tank removal, again, rebudgeted in 2025 for $80,000. And the arch removal Pine Knob well house, $50,000, rebudgeted in 2025 for $60,000. Those are all the items that are on this particular amendment. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Any questions from board members? Concerns, anything?
You feel good about it, Rick?
I feel real good.
All right.
Good.
I feel
Okay.
better than knowing that.
Good. Anyone would like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve
Find
this
it.
2024 budget amendment number 31 as presented.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, moving on, we have the budget session. Rick?
Thank you. All right, this is going to be probably a fairly long, I hate to say that, but there's a couple of different meetings that we're trying to get into one here. So just bear with me. I mean, there's 72 pages of stuff here. Not all of it is going to really get looked at. A lot of it are operating statements. So just let me start working on this, and the sooner we can do this, the sooner we can get it finished. So to start with, we're going to start looking at the general fund CIP projects. In summary, the CIP plan calls for future spending totaling about $2.9 million, of which $824,000 is planned for 2025. And a breakdown by department is as follows. Parks, Recreation, and Seniors is looking for $532,500. Town Hall, $291,800. Just a general comment here about the general fund contributions to the general CIP. The normal general fund annual contribution is currently $200,000, but due to additional PRS projects that have come up, offset by excessive Walden Road funding added to this fund over the last couple of years, we can reduce the additional contributions that were projected last year for 25 and 26. We can reduce 2025 to $300,000 from the $450,000 proposed, and 2026 can be reduced to $200,000 or the normal contribution. The years 27 through 34 will continue at the normal $200,000 a year. And with the additional contributions, the general CIP fund will be funded through 2034 with an ending fund balance of about $869,000. So individual schedules for each of the above are included and show you the proposed purchases. In addition, a general fund summary CIP schedule is also attached, and that particular schedule is on page 3. And if you want to take a peek at that, basically what this shows is it summarizes all the projects by year, and it actually shows the funding on the bottom half of this. And you can see that at the end of 2025, we'll have a little better than $1 million, and then it goes all the way out to 2034, where I mentioned the $869,000. We do not go into red in any one of these particular years, so this is a pretty decent plan. The projects have been spread out good enough so that our funding can handle all of them. So what are we actually doing? In 2025, Town Hall, we're looking for $291,800. Again, we'll be putting in carpeting. We're looking at paint for upstairs and downstairs. Looking at furnace upgrades. Some new things, fire suppression system replacement. From what I understand, it's in pretty bad shape and being held together with Band-Aids, basically. The roof turret, the dome on the roof, either has to be repaired or replaced. Building emergency exit on the west side of the building has to be put back in place. We got new landscaping potentially for $30,000. And then the Walden Road paving project, the tri-party payment, this would be the second of 3 payments, $72,000. On the Parks and Rec side, they're looking for $532,500, and that includes the Bay Court Playground Log Slide Addition for $40,000, Bay Court Garage renovation or new building, $69,500, and there are ARPA funds that are still available to cover another $150,000 of that project. Bay Court entrance, the brick paver removal and replace, $50,000. The Toro Field Pro 6040, it's an infield groomer and rake for $40,000. We're looking at some mowers, one walk-behind mower for $13,000. Clintonwood Park planning and development of athletic fields on the new property, put $100,000 in for that. Sashaball Plains garage roof and building repairs, $15,000. Emergency call tower at Bay Court Beach and Deer Lake Beach, $20,000. Seal coating Clintonwood Park parking lots, $10,000. Clintonwood carriage house windows and siding, $50,000. And Clintonwood Park paving parking lots, part 1. So this is going to be a 3-part thing, I believe, for $125,000. In 2026, Town Hall, it's just the 3rd payment of the Walden Road paving project, tri-party payment. Then we move on to Parks and Rec again. They're looking for $508,000 in 2026, and that includes the Deer Lake Beach ramp replacement and dock for $70,000. Clintonwood Park Senior Center roof for $30,000. Bay Court Lakeview building structural repairs, $100,000. Bay Court accessible ramp staining, $15,000. New Gator utility vehicle for $25,000. Clintonwood Park planning and development of athletic fields on the new property, another $100,000. Development of McCord Park, $18,000. And finally, Clintonwood Park paving parking lots, part 2, $150,000. In 2027, Town Hall has nothing planned at this point. Parks and Rec, they're looking for, again, $510,000, and that's going to include Clintonwood Park pickleball court resurfacing, $40,000. Bay Court cabin/camp office repairs, $100,000. 1 0-turn mower for $20,000. Clintonwood Park planning and development of athletic fields on the new property, another $100,000. Development of McCord Park, $75,000. And finally, Clintonwood Park paving parking lots, part 3, I should say part 3, for $175,000. So funding for all the above capital purchases will come from the annual general fund contributions as laid out above, and excess fund balance over the 20% reserve, plus any future donations and grants. Are there any questions on this particular? Yes, sir.
Just a quick one, Rick. On these estimations, is this just ballparks they throw out? We don't have bids on any of this stuff at this point,
That
right?
is correct. It's their best guesses at this point.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Claire Newbeck, please.
We've had some recent water leaking at Brady Lodge, and I've talked to Sam about some of the repairs and things that might be needed on the outside. I don't really see that outlined. Am I missing it?
It's not in here yet. Yeah, it's not here. I mean, I just found out about it and didn't know what was going to happen. We're trying to maybe possibly use ARPA funds this year to get it done. So I'm not sure where it was at, so we never put it in at this point.
How much available ARPA funds do we have?
Probably right at this point, I'm guessing in less than 200. I think a lot of it's coming from the fire department. I believe they had like around 120, I think, that they had available. So, I mean, we're still trying to gather all those pieces. Projects are still winding down. Some are just getting started, so we're just trying to get a feel for what's left. Because I know we have some restrictions here coming up here at the end of the year. So we need to understand what those restrictions are. Are we going to lose any of that funding? Do we have to actually have it under contract? Or is it simply like what Rochester Hills did, and they just simply committed it all to revenue loss? They committed it that way, they booked it that way, and then they just reallocated the funds after the fact to projects. That's my impression of what they did. I believe Linda, our finance director, is looking into that a little bit more, and I'm still waiting for final answers, I guess, as to how to proceed.
Carrie, I can, if you don't mind, I'll mention a couple things. So that, I have been in touch with Rick. We're trying to get the verbiage down for the RFP for the restoration of the exterior. If we could capture some of the ARPA funds, that wouldn't do the whole building, but it would stop the active leaking. So being time sensitive, I've reached out to some of the masonry restoration people that I know, in the business that are helping to put together the right verbiage so we can put it out for bid and then try to at least get a commitment of allocation for the funds for phase one, but it'll be a multi-year restoration of the exterior of Brady Lodge, but we're trying to work off of the initial water infiltration and immediate failures, and then but it is going to need to get budgeted into the future for it to be restored and maintained. And once it's done, then it should be off the books for a while. Should be good.
I see that Adam's on. Have we had any internal damage? I haven't received anything for insurance claims.
No, because it's cement. The active leak is coming in on the cement wall, so it's not.
It's not damaged our floors?
No, because those
drywall?
floors are waterproof. They're all 100% acrylic, the ones we put in there, so they're not susceptible to water damage, ever.
What about drywall?
There is no drywall in the building. It's all cinder block and masonry.
I thought we did drywall in the back.
There's that.
I mean, in the bathrooms, but we don't have any active leaking by anywhere in the drywall or the kitchen wing. It's in the main lodge and the turret mainly, because the turret has that flat roof outside the turret.
Okay.
And that's leaking into the turret actively, which has been happening for a long time, but we are trying to put something together.
Treasurer Brown?
Has our building director been involved in this?
I've talked to Dave about it, but he's
I guess my question is, I think it's a little unusual that that we have a trustee who's appears to be managing a building problem for the township.
I'm not managing it, I'm just trying to get the verbiage for what the repairs needed, because that's, I've been working on that building for a few years, and I'm well versed on the nature of it, so.
I've been working on it as a board member for 12 years, because that's when we started doing renovations. I'm just saying that township-owned buildings are typically managed by the building director from a repair standpoint. And I don't know why we're changing what would be the normal process for that. Because that would be his bailiwick. If there's problems in this building, he's the one who's given the direction. I would just ask that we look at that and make sure we're following some established processes. I certainly respect your knowledge. I'm good at accounting, but I'm not gonna help anybody balance their financial statement in here, because we have auditors that do that, right? So I just wanna make sure we're doing this stuff the right way.
Sure, I'm happy to have somebody else do it. I just was
No,
trying to, I know it's time
insight's good.
sensitive and, you know, I was trying to reach out to the people I know that are in that field. You know, and I know Dave's working on the other building on Dixie and stuff, and I'm, you know, I'm not trying to get the contracts done, I'm just trying to get the right people to give us the scope of work that's the most relevant now. And I'm certainly happy to turn that dialogue over to Dave when, you know.
Because there'll be permits to be pulled and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that, so that would involve the building director. But anyways, we're getting sidetracked. It's
Let's
not
see
even
here.
on here, so.
Page 4 and 5 is the actual
Right.
operating statement for the general CIP fund. And then pages 6, 7, 8 are all of the actual 10-year plans that we have put together for the town hall and parks division. Moving on to the cemetery CIP narrative. The cemetery's 10-year plan, they have future spending totaling about $119,000, of which $20,000 is planned for 2025. Some highlights for the 3 budgeted years are as follows. In 2025, we have a retaining wall installation behind the columbarium. That's the 20 grand. In 26, we're looking at new signs at Lakeview for $8,000, main gate replacement for $15,000. In 27, a rear discharge mower for $14,000. And again, all projects are spelled out on the CIP schedule, and funding comes from the cemetery trust. Again, page 10 has all of the projects that are over and above the 25, 26, and 27, if you want to take a peek at them. Moving on to Parks and Rec. The operating statements for these next couple pages here are actually on pages 19 through 26, if you want to follow the numbers there. We'll start with Recreation Division. We're going to be looking at significant variances over $3,000 or greater, or any new items to the budget that may or may not be greater than $3,000. So in summary, 2025 revenues are increasing about $12,521 or 1.5%. Labor and benefits are increasing $44,492 or 4.4%. Operating capital costs are increasing $23,275 or 4.6% when compared to 24, and the recreation budget overall is increasing $55,246 or 3.9%. So some of the assumptions, and again, some of these assumptions will be duplicative within all of these, so I'll probably just run through them the one time here, and we'll just kind of call it quits at that point. So we have a 3% wage increase in 25, 2% in 26, and 3% in 27 for all employees. Hospitalization is based on the new cap levels, up 0.2%, which is ridiculous from the old levels, plus dental and vision. A 10% annual increase has been projected for dental and vision. Life insurance and short and long-term disability are expected to be flat in 25, but are expected to increase 7.5% in 26 and 27. We begin working towards reopening McCord Park. So revenues, significant increases followed by significant decreases to the 25 budget when compared to the 24 amended budget are as follows. Significant increases. We have fees for youth baseball projected to increase $10,277 or 10.3%. That's due to a $5 increase in the registration fees. Fees for soccer projected to increase $7,520 or 6.3% due to a new age group added to registrations. There are 5 other revenue accounts, all of them less than $3,000, that are increasing the revenue budget by another $5,124. Significant decreases, fees for adult softball projected to decrease $10,400 or 34.7% due to rental groups only doing one season now. I guess they've had multiple seasons in the past. Moving on to labor and benefits, significant increases again followed by significant decreases to the 25 budget when compared to 24. So on the significant increase side, we have wages full-time projected to increase $22,701 or 5.4% due to the following. We have annual pay / step increases that amount to $12,000 for the pay increase, the annual pay increases, and $4,800 for step increases. There was a promotion of one employee that increased things $6,600. And then we had an increase to vacation payout and annual accrual. Actually, that was a decrease of $1,000. Wages, part-time youth baseball projected to increase $5,000 or 31.1% due to hiring more umps to properly staff each game. Pension expense, DC 401A projected to increase $32.98 or 9.3% due to pay increases and promotions. Health insurance premiums expected to increase $3,129 or 5%, and this is due to staffing changes. And there's 9 other labor and benefit items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by almost $11,000. Significant decreases, there are none, but there are 2 other labor and benefit items, again, both less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $581. Moving on to operating capital costs. Significant increases. Operating supplies, special events, projected to increase $5,900 or 23.8% due to supply cost increases for several events, including Independence Fest. Operating supplies, soccer, is projected to increase $29,236 or 199.4% due to ordering a new inventory of youth jerseys with the new township logo. And keep in mind that this is a one-time expense, and subsequent years will be refill orders only. Operating supplies, McCord, projected to increase $4,000 or 100% due to working towards the reopening of the Clarkston Community Garden with the necessary materials and supplies to do so. And there are another 11 expenditure items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by $21,114. Significant decreases, computer services projected to decrease $6,800 or 100% due to moving Office 365 and Adobe to the IT department. Small equipment projected to decrease $22,190 or 100% due to budgeting replacement computers in '24 that will not recur in '25. And there are 7 other expenditure items, all less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $7,895. Items that could impact this budget during 2025 that are not budgeted include unexpected attendance changes, major staffing changes due to health issues, resignations, etc., major equipment breakdowns, major weather issues during July 4th event or other special events, Radio Lodge rentals / operation, and adding events and programs. Any questions on recreation?
This might be for Adam or Lisa, probably not you. Ordering the new inventory, Adam or Lisa, what do we have in current inventory, and what do you plan to do with that? Sell them, trash them, Salvation Army them?
Sure, I don't think we've made it that far.
Okay.
There's not that many. We've been pretty cautious on our ordering, knowing it was coming. So
Okay.
any ordering we did this year, we were conservative with. So that is a discussion. I mean, we probably have a couple hundred, but it's not a huge inventory. So whether we can find a donation, I know there are some organizations that do take them to other countries where they can benefit from them there. So further discussion, and we can report back.
Other thing is sort of a side comment, but I think it would be interesting to have someone present to the board the numbers since we've switched July 4th to that Saturday versus on the holiday.
Sure.
Several years
I have that
ago,
data,
when
so I can
we made
email.
that decision to switch, you were gonna come back and kind of give us the feel on, are we saving money? Is turnout higher, lower?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have a sense, my own feeling, that it's not as great as when we have it after the parade and, you know, when people are kind of in that mindset. So I just would like to maybe see something, have you guys come and give us a presentation on.
Sure. We haven't probably calculated too closely the savings in terms of payroll, because that's a clear savings. But as far as attendance, we do track that, and revenue numbers. We've been very consistent, surprisingly. I think we feel the same.
Really?
It doesn't feel as
Yeah.
busy sometimes, but when you look at the numbers on paper, we're right in par with where we've been. We had like one knockout year pre-COVID, but although we are in line.
And what about vendors? It seems like you have less vendors too. Is there
Yeah,
less interest?
yes, the arts and crafts show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely has been different in trying to build that back
Okay.
every year. But
Okay.
yep, we can definitely prepare that.
That'd be great.
and bring that
Thank
to the
you.
board. Yep.
Any other questions on recreation?
No?
Okay, moving on to the Parks Division. We're looking at same variances, 3,000 or greater. In summary, the 2025 revenues are decreasing $488,607, or 74.2%. Labor and benefits are increasing $40,976, or 6.5%. And operating capital costs are decreasing $461,834, or 57.5% when compared to 2024. And the parks budget overall is increasing $67,749, or 3.5%. Assumptions are the same as far as wage increases, hospitalization, and life insurance. So moving on to the revenue side. Significant increases. Bay Court rentals projected to increase $5,000, or 7.6% due to increased Brady Lodge rentals. There's one other revenue account, less than $3,000, that's increasing the revenue budget by $1,200. Significant decreases, other federal grants, which is ARPA, is projected to decrease $494,807, or 100%. Basically, ARPA funds have not been budgeted again, as we do not know how much to budget, as these funds have been used in 2024. As with other projects, once we know what has been reimbursed in 24, we'll do a budget amendment and pull all reimbursable funds into 2025 so projects can be finished and reimbursed. Moving on to labor and benefits, significant increases. Wages full-time are projected to increase $5,525, or 2%, due to the following. We have annual pay increases, $6,400. Vacation payout and annual accrual is actually down $910. Wages, Bay Court General, projected to increase $6,724, or 10.5%, and that's due to wage increases and planning for a full workforce. Wages, part-time Clintonwood General is projected to increase $23,424, or 29.3%, and that's due to two things: wage increases and planning for a full workforce, $6,700, and we added a new position, McCord Garden Manager, at $16,720. Wages, part-time Sasheville Plains projected to increase $8,416, or 24.1%, due to wage increase and planning for a full workforce. Payroll taxes projected to increase $3,373 due to the wage increases mentioned above. Then there are four other labor and benefit items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by $1,064. Significant decreases, health insurance premiums expected to decrease $7,087, or 10.2%, due to staffing changes. And then there are two other labor and benefit items, both less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $463. Moving on to operating capital costs, significant increases. Contractual services, McCord, projected to increase $3,600, or 100%, due to costs associated with reopening Clarkson Community Gardens. Contractual services, park admin, projected to increase $3,000, or 20%, due to reallocating funds in 2024 for more critical projects. This increase brings the budget back to the original appropriation. Electric at Bay Court projected to increase $4,100, or 41%, due to higher annual electrical charges. Electric Clintonwood projected to increase $5,800, or 25.2%, due to higher annual electrical charges. Heat at Clintonwood projected to increase $3,000, or 21.4%, due to higher cost of propane. Building and grounds maintenance projected to increase $3,000, or 21.4%, due to adding FIBAR for the, I guess that's how you pronounce it, right? FIBAR?
Mulch.
Yeah, okay, mulch for the new playground. Equipment is projected to increase $30,942, or 100%, due to the purchase of three leased vehicles. There are three vehicles that are coming off lease that we're going to purchase. Then there are 14 other expenditure items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by $10,566. Got a question? It looks like you have a question.
I just wondered why we were using propane anywhere. Where would we be using propane at?
You know that?
Yes, there's, the building, the back building, which we call the day camp building, is on propane. There's a tank out there, pig, as I said.
And do we do winter programs out there?
No, but it is storage of equipment and supplies. They do move some things into that garage from some of the unheated garages over into that area.
Okay, well, we can look at that. That's just about the most inefficient way to heat anything with propane, you know?
I'll bring a shovel, you and I can dig a trench.
Hey, I'll run the gas out there too. Let's run some natural gas out there.
Little project.
Dave will help us. Okay, that's all.
And I don't know if that's the only one.
I was wondering, because
yeah.
it's where it's at, I know there's not, you know, it just seemed weird that it was running on that, so.
Yeah, and they buy it on a regular basis too, throughout the year.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the only, the back garage maybe as well.
It's just a very volatile product, you know. When my house was on propane during the highest point, I was paying over $1,000 a month for propane just to heat my house, you know, so. It's just, sometimes it gets to be, are you pre-buying at least because you can pre-buy your propane at a fixed rate too. And
that I'm not sure.
When the season starts, that might be something we could look into. If we know we have an annual usage and we pre-buy it, it can be a lot, it can be a considerable savings.
Yeah.
If me and Paul don't get around to putting in a gas line.
There you go.
I have a quick question. Are you looking to increase rental rates at Brady?
We did increase them already going into 2024, so probably not for 2025. But as they pick up and we see more routine use and bigger events and things being planned there, absolutely.
What percentage increase did you?
I don't know a percentage off the top. I'm sorry. We did increase it. That's when we created the package rate. So now we have like a wedding package, a weekend package rate, and we went up hourly. $25 or something like that an hour from when we first opened with no amenities and no heat, no air conditioning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to significant decreases. Leasing charges projected to decrease $11,000 or 59.9% due to lease expirations on 3 vehicles. These 3 vehicles will be purchased as the purchase price for each is real low and the trucks are in great shape. Small equipment projected to decrease $3,300 or 100% due to replacing 2 computers in 24 versus nothing in 25. Land improvement, Clintonwood General projected to decrease $3,000 or 100% due to putting the tree replacement program on hold for 1 year in order to find a vendor and refine the program. Land improvement, Sashaval Plains is projected to decrease $5,000 or 83.3% due to painting the basketball court in 24. That won't recur in 25. Equipment, $5,000 and greater is, again, ARPA, projected to decrease $494,807 or 100%. Again, ARPA funds have not been budgeted again, as we do not know how much we're going to be spending this year, don't know how much to budget, so once we understand where we wind up, we'll again pull those funds forward in 2025 so the projects can be finished, can be continued and finished. And there's another 9 expenditure items, all less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $8,735. Items that could impact this budget during 2025 that are not budgeted include major building repairs, increased fuel or utility costs, attendance and purchase estimates could fluctuate for aquatics, break park, and rentals, or storm damage. That's it for parks. Any questions on that division? Okay. Moving on to the senior division. In summary, revenues are decreasing $178,710 or 25.9%. Labor and benefits are decreasing $43,300 or 6.9%. Operating capital costs are decreasing $59,404 or 10.4% when compared to 24. And the senior budget overall is increasing $76,006 or 12.1%. Again, all the assumptions are the same as far as wage increases, hospitalization, life insurance, short and long-term disability, but they are looking at adding a custodial position. Revenue side, increases. We have fees, senior athletics projected to increase $3,000 or 13.6% due to increased participation in pickleball. Fees at senior exercise are projected to increase $6,500 or 26% due to a new class that was added along with increased fees in registration. Fees senior special activities projected to increase $5,050 or 19.3% due to an increase in sponsorship dollars. Revenue decreases. Grant SMART is projected to decrease $83,180 or 100% due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. Fees senior travel projected to decrease $73,380 or 19.6% due to continued use of extended travel in 2024. This was the second time in 2 years that we experienced this amount of extended travel. However, there is still a hesitation to budget more, thinking that it's going to happen again. So we're just kind of being a little more conservative on that number, not knowing if it's really going to spike again or not. Fees senior transportation projected to decrease $35,000 or 100%, again due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. And there's one other revenue account, less than $3,000, that's reducing the revenue budget by $1,700. Moving on to labor and benefits, significant increases. Wages full-time projected to increase $10,047 or 3.3%. It's due to the following. We have some increases here. Your annual pay step increases, about $6,500 there. The promotion of one employee, so there's $3,000 there. Adding the custodial position, $51,292. On the decrease side, we have wages full-time senior transportation going down $49,990. And then we have the vacation payout and annual accrual coming down $895. Wages part-time senior administration is projected to increase $23,900 or 56.9% due to wage increases for part-time employees and employees working more hours due to increase in memberships and registration. Wages part-time senior special activities projected to increase $3,125 or 31.3% due to a wage increase for the part-time nutrition coordinator. Then there's 9 other labor and benefit items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by $10,725. Decreases in labor and benefits. Wages part-time senior transportation projected to decrease $85,000 or 100%, again due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. Health insurance premium is expected to decrease $5,371 or 18.4%, and due to staffing changes. And then there's 3 other labor and benefit items, all less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $726. Moving on to operating capital costs, significant increases. Operating supplies, senior special activities projected to increase $3,000 or 20% due to adding a new program, Sounds of Summer, plus increased cost of activity supplies. Printing and publishing senior admin is projected to increase $7,100 or 59.2% due to increased costs for magazine and newsletter printing, design setup, and special event banners. Small equipment, less than $5,000. COVID senior is projected to increase $37,461 or 100%. due to adding the balance of the Oakland County Senior Center grant we received in 2023. Allocation of senior center costs, Springfield Township projected to increase $14,000 or 100% due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. Then there's 13 other expenditure items, all less than $3,000, that are increasing the budget by $11,005. Significant decreases. Operating supplies, senior athletics, projected to decrease $3,150 or 28.6% due to higher than anticipated participation in 24 that is not expected to recur in 25. Gas and oil projected to decrease $16,500 or 100% due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. Computer services projected to decrease $3,130 or 100%. That's due to moving the Office 365 and Adobe to the IT department. Travel, senior day trips projected to decrease $63,590 or 18.9%, primarily due to the reduction in revenue dollars. Building and grounds maintenance, senior admin, projected to decrease $16,000 or 66.7% due to excessive repairs made in 24 that are not expected in 25. Vehicle repair and maintenance projected to decrease $12,000 or 100% due to the elimination of the transportation program due to NODA. And small equipment less than $5,000 is projected to decrease $15,590 or 100% due to computer replacements budgeted in '24 that will not recur in '25. And there are two other expenditure items, both of them less than $3,000, that are reducing the budget by $2,010. Items that could impact this budget during 2025, I should say, that are not budgeted include loss of state and federal funding for CDBG, Oakland County Transit Millage, NODA pilot program, major equipment breakdown, major building repairs, change in number of program registrants, and storm damage. That concludes Parks and Rec. The operating statements themselves are again on pages 19.
I have a quick question, Lisa, for you. This new millage then passed with the Oakland County Parks and Rec, this gonna affect this or not at all?
Did that pass?
Yeah, that passed. Yeah.
You're asking how the Oakland County Parks millage,
It's gonna
if
affect
it would affect
something?
us or could, no.
No, not affect, right? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
You're not getting the extra money?
Sadly, no.
It's sad, you know.
Nice
I
if
was
we get some of that,
expecting,
right?
it seems like it's going for some parks in Pontiac and Royal Oak, I hear.
That's any of the
All right.
actual Oakland County parks.
Yeah, they tax in the whole county, but we're not getting anything, is what I hear. But I want to
Thank God we
confirm
have a
that
park.
tonight, so.
We have the one
Yeah.
park up there.
Well, thank goodness.
Yeah,
Or else it'd be more of nothing we get for our tax dollars.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So that's
Yeah,
a
I'm
good
not
thing.
sure of the exact
We're
parameters of
lucky.
the millage, but I think I heard something that, like, user fees, the millage will cover, so you can enter the parks, like right now you're buying a pass or a day pass. I'm not sure
And
if
it's
that's
free?
true or how much is being
Yeah,
covered.
no, it's not free. No, it's not free.
Not
You're
free
paying
now,
for
but with the passing of the millage, that may have been part of it.
Oh, I
I've heard.
hope so, because every time
That's what
I
I
go
heard
for my
too.
tab
Yeah.
for the,
Which page is this on? I'm not
Sure.
following.
every time I go for the
We
tab for the
are-
plate,
Says the
You know,
guy who took us
The
out there.
point is,
27.
But
let's
you
go back
said
to
you
what
wanna
we're
pass
doing
this
here.
to
We're going to 27.
Says the guy who
The
took
county millage is not on this agenda. So
No, no, I
let's-
understand,
let's-
no.
Can we get
I
back to
no, I
this?
understand. I just asked a question about if it's gonna affect or not, because we talk about transit millage.
I heard
that's all.
you, everyone's talking about the millage, now it's not on the agenda.
I understand, it's not on the agenda.
18 is the last page we're on, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we skip past all the operating
Yeah.
statements. And we're gonna continue on page 27.
27.
Good
yeah.
with
We're on to
parks?
27.
Okay, no other questions?
Page
for
77?
seniors? Okay.
No,
No,
27.
You don't want to hang out with us?
Yes,
Thank you.
77. We have 77. We're done.
77, we're good.
I know.
Sounds good, wrap it up.
Too funny, that would be fun. Okay, the general fund, we're ready to move on. General fund, we're gonna look at variances that are $5,000 or greater, or new items to the budget that may or may not be greater than 5,000. So in summary, 2025 revenues are increasing $638,101 or 7.1% from $9,018,149 to $9,656,250. 2025 labor and benefits are increasing $96,173 or 2.8% from $3,395,257 to $3,491,430. And 2025 operating capital costs are decreasing $416,745 or 6.6% from $6,338,562 down to $5,921,817 for a net planned surplus or increased fund balance of $243,003, and that's actually $958,673 or 134% better than the 2024 amended budget. Now, if everything comes in as planned, the ending fund balance for 2025 will be about $11,006,000. So assumptions that we're using for this budget. We have a perpetual millage of 0.9395 mils adjusted down for the Headley rollback. The wage increases are the same, hospitalization's the same, life insurance and short-term, long-term disability are all the same as what I've already mentioned. The number of elections budgeted, so we have 1 in 2025, 4 in 2026, and 1 in 2027. We continue the fight against Phragmites, or the invasive weeds that are going through our township here. Continue funding gravel projects due to continued erosion of gravel roads around the township. Continue to fund the township newsletter. Continue funding the capital improvement plan at $200,000 per year through 2034. And then additional contributions to the capital improvement plan to fund Parks and Rec and township needed projects, just $100,000 in 2025.
Question?
Sure.
On the assumptions for the pay wages, I know that there's people getting raises right now. Are those included in this?
Yes,
And
they
are they part of the 3% or are they above the guaranteed increase that they get annually?
No, they're part of the 3%. Any increases that are received right now will get the 3% in January 1st.
On top of that? And who tracks all those wage increases that are, you know, is that done by department heads or?
I guess I don't know what you mean by tracking them.
Like everyone's salaries or the amount of
I put a
raises
schedule
people.
together when I go to budget and I capture all that information. And so I'm aware of what people are making coming into the end of a year and what their increases will be for the next year. So I factor all that in.
Okay, so if that's happening right now, does that go into next year's budget when you
Yes.
start to gather that
Yes,
information?
anybody who got an increase this year already, okay, late in the year, okay, that's how they're gonna end the year, and then they will get 3% on top of that, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just telling you, that's what's happened.
Well, we
Okay,
got,
everything was budgeted, there wasn't any, we didn't have to do any budget amendments for anything for the increases that were given. And past supervisors have done the same thing.
no, I know it seems to be some habit as they leave, they give out raises. That's what I was asking, when does that stop? Today, tomorrow? When do you stop updating what the rate, you know, what they're paid? Does that go all the way to December, people getting raises?
It really comes down to the supervisor, but as far as I'm aware, nothing else is coming at this point. And I have been able to incorporate all those last changes into this budget.
You're
But
not
it was a
expecting any
last-minute
more
change.
pay increases after this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Significant?
I mean, I'm not saying they can't happen, but I'm not aware of any at this
Okay.
point.
All right.
Okay. Moving on to revenues, significant increases. Property taxes projected to increase $103,664, or 5.3%, due to an increase in tax value within the township. Permits for building, electric, heating, and plumbing are projected to increase about $115,000, or 25.4%, due to a projected increase in activity. State shared revenue constitutional is projected to increase $58,500, or 1.5%, based on the latest projections from the state. State shared revenue CBTRS is projected to increase $81,500, or 115.6%. It's primarily due to budgeting for a full year compared to only 6 months in the past. The state seems to be committing a little bit more to budgeting for the CBTRS. So I felt comfortable budgeting for a full year, not knowing 100% if they're going to fund it, but they've been doing it every year. And based on verbiage that I have read, it sounds like they're going to continue to do it every year. So that's why I felt, let's just budget for the whole year. Worst that could happen is it doesn't come in and there's some revenue loss there. But based on everything that I have heard, they're going to continue to fund the CBTRS. So I felt pretty comfortable budgeting for a full year as opposed to just the 6 months that we've been doing over the last couple of years. Fees, building application projected to increase $10,000 or 25% due to the increased permit activity mentioned above. Charge for service reinspection projected to increase $7,500 or 100% due to a push in getting the expired permit project finished. Interest income and market value adjustments projected to increase $256,390 or 139.7% based on the most recent investment strategy from the treasurer. Reimbursement projected to increase $25,000 or 100% due to budgeting for an election reimbursement in odd years only. Transfer from CIA is projected to increase $100,000 or 20% due to more funds available to transfer due to increased TIF revenues. And then there are 5 other revenue accounts, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the revenue budget by $4,672. Significant decreases for revenues. Cable TV franchise fees are projected to decrease $112,500 or 18.9% due to the continued decrease in cable subscribers. This is a scary number. We've been budgeting $600,000 ever since I've been with this township. And it is below that now, and it's continuing to get worse. These numbers are not good. That's $112,000 of revenue we're losing. Not to say that it's not going to be recovered at some point based on what's happening in Lansing, but it's just a number to keep our eyes on because it is a significant revenue pool for the general fund. There are 8 other revenue items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the revenue budget by $11,625. Labor and benefits. On page 36, there's a summary of all the labor and benefits. It just kind of breaks it down by department. And then I will run through basically each department that has anything that's significant. So we have full-time labor, including payroll taxes, is increasing $85,087 or 3.2%. And benefits, which includes your health, life, retirement, HCSP, workers' comp, short and long-term disability, are also increasing $11,086 or 1.5%. So items of significance are explained below. Supervisor's department projected to increase $27,517 or 7.8%, and is due to, there's both increases and decreases here. So on the increase side, annual wage increases of 3% for employees, $6,500. Annual approved elected increase of $26,843. Increased wage for deputy supervisor, $5,000. Increased wage for budget and operations analyst, $1,687. Payroll taxes due to annual increases and public relations employee, $1,955. Decreases, salary for the public relations employee, $13,201. And then we had a decrease for vacation payout and annual accrual, about $1,339. Clerk's department projected to increase $104,134 or 21.9% due to, and again, I think these are all increases here. Yes, they are. Annual wage increases of 3% for employees, that's about $8,400. Annual approved elected increase, $15,000. Increased wage for the deputy clerk, almost $7,000. Increased wage for finance director, $6,400. Increased wage for assistant finance director, $16,000. Increased wage for office specialist compared to an office assistant, about $2,700. Increased wage for administrative aide, just over $1,000. There was a step increase for one employee that amounted to $2,000. And then we have this administrative aide that flips between the clerk's department and the elections department. So 75% of the administrative department aides wage compared to 25% in '24. So that amounts to about $33,800. Payroll taxes due to shift in department aides wage from elections plus salary increase as mentioned above, about $7,400. And vacation payout and annual accrual, about $2,900.
Quick question.
Yes.
These increased wages, these are pay raises that are given out outside of the annual 3%.
That is correct.
And is this typical?
Not always. You could have a change in an employee. You could have a different employee here with a different rate replacing an employee retired or left.
Yeah, you could have that.
That could change.
It's not all
Yes, that could
increases. It
change
could be a
things, too.
change in personnel.
And this, so is this typically, and I don't remember what we did last year, is this typically what happens at every fall? I know we have a
I don't
new
know if I would say
system.
every fall, but it does happen.
Typically happen when supervisors are leaving, or is it an annual
Usually
thing?
it happens
or-
more at that time, but
Okay.
Clerk's department doesn't matter with the supervisor leaving. That's
Right.
with performance reviews,
mhm.
so it's not reflective on supervisor coming in or going.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, because we have these, I've never worked in the public sector, so I don't know, but, you
So
know.
clerk and treasurer are separate from the supervisor with
Right.
that happening.
So we give, is it a union, what contract gives everybody these annual increases automatically? The 3, 4,
The
2?
unionized people, they have their contract, obviously. And the non-union people pretty much follow that contract, but we have kind of breaking away from that.
So in this new system we have of performance review and merits, now is on those people who aren't under union contract, are these annual pay increases, are they going to be now in place of the guaranteed percentages?
Well, keep in mind, some of these are adjustments to
I'm
that
just
salary
saying
grid that
generally,
we
I'm
did.
just asking generally. Is that how, just so I understand it, so I know that we give annual raises by percent, then is it characteristically that we also do performance evaluation raises, and then in January they get their 3 or 4, 2, 3 or 4% depending on the thing, or is this the annual pay raise that somebody gets at the end of the year, or their annual pay increase, or do they get both?
I mean, most cases, it's strictly that increase January 1st that is reflected in here. But there has been some adjustments to that salary grid that we paid money for, and we're adjusting people to that 65th parallel, or not parallel, or whatever you call it.
That's the max they can go to, right?
That's exactly. So that's what some of these numbers are coming from, is that type of an adjustment. And then you have just the normal 3% over and above that. So.
I was just trying to get an idea.
No, I get it.
10% raises every year.
You're trying to
3%.
decipher all of this and
Yeah,
understand it all and put it into these numbers is not the easiest thing to do.
Well, I just thought the pay raises were kind of guaranteed, and now I'm seeing that all the employees listed as additional pay raises on a lot of them. So I'm just trying to figure out how that whole pay scale works, that's all. All right, thank you.
Yep. Treasurer's Department projected to increase $23,642 or 9.6%. Again, there's some increases and decreases. Annual wage increases, 3% for employees is about $6,500. Annual approved elected increase of $15,000, and then the payroll taxes due to the annual increase is about $1,600. On the decrease side, vacation payout and annual accrual is down about $157. The Assessing Department projected to increase $19,000, almost $20,000 or 4.1%. And again, due to, there's increases and decreases here as well. Annual wage increases of 3% for employees, that's about $13,625. Annualized salary for appraiser 3 to a senior appraiser promotion in 2024 for one employee, that's about $2,900. Promotion of one employee from office assistant to office specialist, $3,058. And then payroll taxes due to the annual increases in promotions just mentioned, $1,400. The decrease comes from vacation payout and annual accrual, and that's about $1,100. Elections Department projected to decrease $115,644 or 67.8%. And that's due to, again, increases, decreases. We have increases of annual wage, 3% for employees, that's $500. Increased wage for administrative aid, $364. Decreases, 25% of administrative department aides wage compared to 75% in '24. Again, that's the same, $33,800. Part-time and overtime wages based on one election versus 3 in '24. That's $70,000. Payroll taxes based on wage decreases mentioned above. And vacation payout and annual accrual of $3,800 there. Human Resources Department projected to decrease $33,972 or 23.5%. Again, we have increases and decreases here. The increases are the annual wage increase itself, 3% for employees, that's about $2,900. Increased wage for the HR manager, $3,600. Decreases, eliminated a part-time employee, so that saved $24,000. Eliminated extra amount added to the '24 budget to cover employment agreement, that's $13,000. Labor or payroll taxes due to annual increases offset by part-time and extra elimination, that saved $2,400. And vacation payout and annual accrual, $214. Building Department projected to increase $18,523 or 5.6%. Again, increases and decreases. The increases are the annual wage increase of 3% for employees. That's about just under $7,000. Additional wage increase for the building director, $8,700. increased part-time general inspector wages, about $2,100. And then payroll taxes due to the wage increases I just mentioned, about $1,300. On the decrease side, vacation payout and the accrual, $646. Cemetery department projected to increase $7,343 or 10%. That's due to, again, increases and decreases. On the increase side, wages temporary is up to $20 per hour compared to $17.50 per hour in 2024. On 2,560 hours, that basically explains that. The annual wage increase of 3% for employees, $470. Payroll taxes due to the annual increases, another $522. Decreases at the end of vacation payout and accrual, $50. The Planning, Zoning, and Code Department is projected to increase $27,111 or 13.8%. That's due to, again, increases, decreases. Increases annual wage increase of 3% for employees, that's about $7,200. Additional part-time wages for ordinance, almost $30,000.
Rick, what's that?
That is adding a second person for doing ordinance, a part-time person. Basically, Jeff is staying on.
Bringing him in part-time. I know I've seen him bopping around.
Yeah, yep. Steve, him and Steve traded full-time positions because he was going to be leaving, but
Yeah.
I guess that fell apart and he's coming back on a part-time basis because they need the help.
Okay.
Okay. Payroll taxes due to annual increases, just under $2,000. On the decrease side, decreased wage for current full-time ordinance officer, that was $11,000 savings. And then vacation payout and accrual, $674. And there's 3 other departments, all of them less than $5,000, that are increasing labor and benefits by $6,551. And moving on to the benefits side, total benefits are projected to increase $11,086 or 1.5%. And it's due to the following. We have 4 items here under increases. So we have pension DC 401A is increasing $17,000. Pension HCSB is increasing almost $4,600. Retiree health care for OPEB up about $5,700. And unemployment's up about $3,300. On the decrease side, workers' comp's coming down $180, health insurance $19,000, and dental, vision, life, short and long-term disability down about $365. Any questions on the labor side of this before we move on to operating and capital?
How come health insurance is going down?
Again, it's just due to changes in staff. I mean, you'd have to
Oh,
start
what?
really looking at it, but that's basically what's happening. Yeah, I mean, I can get you more specifics on it, but that's what's basically happening. You know,
Probably another question for Dave. Did we finally hit, or a question for McKee, did we hit a sweet spot with the $20 an hour for part-timers?
Well, we're actually budgeting for that. We're not necessarily paying that. But we're putting it out there just in case we need to go to that dollar amount.
So I know last year we budgeted up to 20.
Right.
So we were able to meet our needs with that?
I'm going to say it's been successful so far.
Good. Same with parks. Lisa's gone, but.
I think they're struggling a little bit more in parks, it seems like.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to operating capital costs. We'll do this again by department. So Township Board, operating costs projected to decrease $267,594 or 25.2% when compared to 24. There's actually increases and decreases here that make up that overall decrease. So on the increase side, we have contractual services, T2 repair. That's actually Thendera 2 repair is what that stands for. Is projected to increase $5,200 or 36.9%. This is an account established in 2022 to account for the Thendera 2 repair dollars collected annually through SAD agreements. The amount budgeted is the accumulated total less expenses since 2022. Now this is going to be slightly different because they just, when this was already done and put to bed, so to speak, we just wrote a check for more repairs. So this does not reflect the latest repairs that they just made. But basically what will happen is we'll come in with a budget amendment next year and we'll reduce this line item by those repair dollars, seeing that we didn't catch it to put it into the budget this year. But basically what it comes to is you take $5,200 a year minus any expenses, and that's what we budget. The community promotion spring cleanup projected to increase $7,000 or 11.7% due to the continued increase in cost to dispose of hazardous materials. And there's 5 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $10,145. On the decrease side, contractual services projected to decrease $53,678 or 29.2%. And it's due to the following. We had an increased audit fee based on current contract, plus $5,000 for incidentals. And there's some decreases on the contractual services side as well. The decreases are coming from branding dollars budgeted in '24 that will not recur in '25. That's $11,000. Compensation study dollars budgeted in '24 that will not recur in '25. There's another $11,000. Civic Center project dollars budgeted in '24 that will not recur in '25, about $36,000. And reduced amount for the Open Space Committee, about almost $1,400 there. Contractual services tri-party projected to decrease $50,000 or 50% due to extra funds provided for gravel in 2024. So that is not budgeted to recur in 2025. Contractual services invasive projected to decrease $5,000 or 23.8% due to not needing as much, which is based on past applications. Land is projected to decrease $176,800 or 100% due to DDA land purchase in 2024 that will not recur in 25. And there are 3 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reduced in the budget by $4,461. In the supervisor's department, operating costs are projected to...
Rick?
I'm sorry, yes, sir?
Quick question on the land.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, there's not an increase in revenue because it's the same amount for 3 years for that payback we're getting?
Yes.
I was just pointing out, the 179, we're getting that back, but
Yes,
it's
we
not
are.
changing because it's the same amount every year.
Exactly.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor's department, operating costs projected to increase $3,495 or 11.9%. No significant increases, but there are 6 other items that are increasing the budget by about $6,280. There are no significant decreases, but there is one other expenditure item less than $5,000 that's reducing the budget by $2,785. Clerk's department, operating costs are projected to increase small amount, $2,949 or 3.5%. It's again made up of increases and decreases. On the increase side, contractual services projected to increase $3,600 or 24.6% due to the printing portion of ordinance codification, which is $5,000 being moved into this account from printing and publishing, offset by a $1,400 reduction in the amount budgeted for codification. Small equipment, less than $5,000, projected to increase $8,750, or some ridiculous percent, it's 1,750%, due to budgeting replacement computers in 25 compared to no replacements in 24. And then there are 2 other expenditure items, both less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $140. On the decrease side, printing and publishing projected to decrease $5,000 or 41.7 due to moving the printing portion of ordinance codification to contractual services. And there's 5 other expenditure items, all of them less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $4,541. Moving into the data processing department, their operating capital costs are projected to decrease $67,368 or 23.2% when compared to 24. So significant increases in this department. Contractual services, IT maintenance projected to increase $14,000. You know what? I never got an explanation on that. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I just realized there's no explanation on that one. Computer services projected to increase $33,000, almost $34,000, or 384%, due to budgeting all Office 365, which is $29,000, almost $30,000, and Adobe, which is almost $4,000. Software updates in this department only. The balance of $368 is a slight increase for website protection. And there's one other expenditure item, less than $5,000, that is increasing the budget by $100. On the decrease side, contractual services projected to decrease $12,550 or 83.4% due to antivirus ransomware software products no longer needed. Small equipment projected to decrease $40,000 or 66.7% due to reduction in the amount needed for physical security, which includes cameras and card access. Software upgrades projected to decrease $31,006 or 100%, primarily due to various software items budgeted in 2024 that will not be needed going forward. Equipment is projected to decrease $30,000 or 75% due to needing less equipment such as servers, switches, and infrastructure-related hardware. And there's 4 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by about $1,500. Board of Review, it's just a minor thing. It's projected to increase $50. We can just move on past that one. Treasurer, operating costs projected to decrease $2,513 or 2.2%. Split between increases and decreases. We have bank fees projected to increase $6,500 or 12.2% due to changes made by the treasurer in regards to investments. This increase is offset by interest income that is coming in stronger. I don't know if I said that well enough.
Yep.
Okay, good. Let's see here. Then there's 4 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $5,400. Significant decreases, small equipment projected to decrease $12,000, almost $13,000, or 92.8%, due to budgeting for replacement computers in '24 that won't recur in '25. And there's 2 other expenditure items, both of them less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $1,500. Moving on to the assessing department. Operating costs projected to decrease $11,392 or 10.9%. There are no significant increases, but there are 3 expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $3,626. On the decrease side, again, small equipment projected to decrease $9,640 or 90.6% due to budgeting for replacement computers in '24 that will not recur in '25. And there's 7 other expenditure items, all of them less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $5,378. Moving on to the elections department. Operating capital costs projected to decrease $169,744 or 62.3%. There are no significant increases. There are 2 expenditures that are increasing the budget by about almost $3,300. And on the decrease side, we have postage projected to decrease $26,800 or 77% due to budgeting 1 election in '25 versus 3 in '24. Contractual services decreasing $30,000 for the same reason, budgeting 1 election in '25 versus 3 in '24. Contractual services, election workers, again, projected to decrease $97,000 due to budgeting for 1 election in '25 and 3 in '24. Same thing with printing and publishing. And then there are 7 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by almost $10,000. Moving on to Township Hall. Operating costs are projected to decrease $25,297 or 12.6%. So on the increase side, we have building and grounds maintenance projected to increase $10,250 or 26.9%. It's due to a couple of different things here, both on the increase and decrease side. So we have general maintenance due to increased prices and more building-related issues. That accounts for $4,000. Crack fill and seal coating the parking lot, $8,000. And this is going to be budgeted every 3 years, so we stay on top of that. And then there are 4 other items, all less than $500, that are increasing this line by $1,000. On the decrease side, landscape maintenance was reduced $2,000 due to it being done in September of '24. And then there is 1 other item, less than $1,000, is reducing this line item by $800. And then there's 5 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $4,295. Decreases for the Township Hall. Contractual services is decreasing $32,000 or 67.9%, primarily due to budgeting $34,192 for the Town Hall Open Space Park project in '24 that hopefully will not recur in '25. And then there are 5 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $7,550. Legal. Operating costs are projected to decrease $70,000 or 20.6% when compared to '24. Significant increases? None. Significant decreases? Regular legal is going down $70,000 due to adding $100,000 to 2024 budget of which 70,000 will not recur in 2025. The additional 30 is for an increase in use of services. And that's just a guess. Not
So-
sure, hopefully we don't need it, but it's more for
So when you,
protecting
Rick,
us.
when you say that legal's going down 70, that's because we just added 100?
Yes, yeah.
But don't you see that legal's, that we're not proposing that legal's gonna go down next year in general? Or do we think that
Well,
with
I just
the-
don't know, because it seems like it just keeps creeping up, so I just put in an extra $30,000 just to protect us and make sure I don't have to come back to the board for additional amendments like it seems like I've been doing the last couple of years. So that's why I put the extra 30 in there. Hopefully we don't have to use it.
Right, okay, thank you.
Let's see here, moving on to human resources. Operating capital costs projected to decrease $60,581 or 70%. There are no significant increases here, but there are 3 items that are increasing the budget by $625. On the decrease side, contractual services projected to decrease $11,000, almost $12,000 or 78% due to budgeting for a new payroll/onboarding system that was never approved. Legal fees projected to decrease $45,000 or 81.8% due to using internal resources instead of outside resources. And there are 8 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $4,300.
Rick, is that because we have an HR person now and last year we were using legal instead?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Building department. In summary, operating costs are projected to increase $51,820 or 29.3%. So on the increase side, we have contractual services projected to increase $34,000 or 38.1% due to increased fees for inspection services, which are due to increased volume of inspections, including commercial plan reviews. Computer services projected to increase $28,511 or almost 310%. And it's due to a couple different things here. On the plus side, we added $30,000 for eSoft review equipment and training for electronic plan reviews. The software integrates with BSNA. And there's one other item less than $500 that is increased in the line item by $256. On the decrease side, we moved Office 365 and Adobe to the IT department, which saved $1,700 in this particular department. And there's 4 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $2,054. On the decrease side, small equipment projected to decrease $10,640 or 100% due to, again, budgeting for replacement computers in '24 that will not recur in '25. And then there's 4 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are reducing the budget by $2,100. Drainage department, again, it's just a small one. It's only coming down or increasing $500. There's really not much more to say about that one. Streetlights increasing $15,920, primarily due to increase in electricity. Cemetery operating capital costs projected to increase about $8,390 or 12.8%. Increases for that would be land improvements are projected to increase $20,000 or 100%, and that's due to budgeting for the retaining wall we had mentioned earlier. And there's 7 other expenditure items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $10,432. Significant decreases in that department. Equipment projected to decrease $21,817 or 100%, and that's due to budgeting for a new Kubota utility vehicle in '24 versus nothing budgeted in 2025. And there's 2 other expenditure items that are reducing the budget by $225. The money to cover capital purchases comes from the cemetery trust.
Quick question. What's going on that we need the retaining wall, Dave?
Oh, that would be a Dave question.
Retaining wall?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, Dave, come on up
So the
here.
retaining wall is actually kind of falling back a little bit. It's been a while since it was put in, and we have to rebuild it essentially. Need some more tie downs, and I forgot what they call those. Keep the 6x6.
Deadman?
That's it. That's
I
it.
didn't hear what word?
Yep. So we're gonna have to.
And there are plenty of those in there?
Where's this at?
Not
Lake.
Deadpool, Deadman?
Lakeview Cemetery.
Behind the Columbary.
Right behind the Columbary is there. So it's a repair to do on there because that whole section right there is kind of, it's time to make it before we have a bigger problem, because we do have burials right
right up there. We don't need that to fall.
What's it made of? It's made of 6x6s?
It's wood.
Now, what
what's
are
it
we
gonna
what are
be
we
made
gonna
out
make
of?
it out of?
We haven't got that far yet.
Oh, okay.
You know. But we figure that what we're gonna do is we'll bid it out, because it's probably gonna be a little bit bigger. We have to be careful that we don't lose a bunch of dirt, and because there is tiers of burials right there, and we don't need anybody falling out.
That would be bad.
So,
Don't
we're open
fall
to,
out.
huh?
Don't want anybody falling out.
No.
No.
But when we do build it, we will look at different types of materials that, are more robust or last a long time. It's not really, it's rotting, but it's just kind of, it's moving.
Thank you.
If you want to stay, I only got like another words to say. You don't like to say it up here, do you? Okay, moving on to the Planning, Zoning, and Code Enforcement Department. In summary, operating costs projected to decrease $685. There's nothing significant on the increase side. One item is increasing the budget by $650. There's nothing significant on the decrease side. There are three other items that are reducing the budget by $1335. Operating transfers out. Operating transfers are currently projected to increase $175,000, or 6.4%. The increases are coming from Parks and Rec, projected to increase $182,781, or 9.3%. And that increase is primarily due to decreased Parks, Rec, and Senior revenues, excluding ARPA. That's $143,000 there, offset by increased Parks, Rec, and Senior expenditures, excluding ARPA, $39,000, primarily due to wage and benefit increases of $42,000, offset by decreased operating costs of $3,000. There were no significant decreases for transfers, but there were two other items that are reducing the budget by $7,476. And that ends the general fund. Are there any other questions in general for the general fund? If not,
What's that take us to page 50 now?
then we move up to
Yes.
page 50. Yes. So this is Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund. The operating statement for this is on page 52. So let me just kind of rattle off something here. The Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund has been established to account for the maintenance and improvement costs incurred in accordance with the asset management plan. Revenue for the improvements and maintenance of the drain will be generated via a user fee that will be determined at a future date in accordance with Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances. Per Section 14-59, rates may be modified in the reasonable exercise of discretion by the Township Board in accordance with the Board's determination of the existing and reasonably anticipated costs of operating and maintaining the system, including amounts set aside for repairs and replacements reasonably anticipated to be needed in the future. Initially, the Sashabaw Drain Maintenance Fund will use fund balance existing after the closeout of the Sashabaw Regional Drain Special Assessment Fund for the improvement and maintenance costs. And this is the big number right here. Those funds are now gone except for $20,000 that remain for 2025.
Towards the
So-
Sashabaw Drain maintenance?
Mhm.
And then where do we get the money?
Good question.
We
We either have to
assess.
start reassessing.
We assess to the properties in the district. It's an existing special assessment district.
No, I get, yeah.
We just haven't been charging anything.
Right, but it should have been started out, right. If we were gonna do this, because we're down to 20 grand from
Yeah,
what I hear.
we need
there's
to get
repairs
after it, because,
needed.
right, we're not collecting anything until next winter.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
Exactly.
20 grand gonna cover for 25?
Good question. I don't know.
Dave's shaking his
The
head
asset
no.
management plans for $35K
Right,
a year.
yeah.
We've been trying to get an assessment going for how many years, Rick?
Several, we keep bringing it up every year.
Okay.
Well, what's the problem?
You guys just have to vote on what it's gonna be and when it's gonna
Yeah.
be.
There's
Whose job is that to bring it forward?
So we are looking at options for this, for the drains, and it's not doom and gloom.
Right.
So we are looking, at- and Rick's probably gonna get into it, I don't want to steal your thunder, but we are looking at options for, we either assess, or we look at converting it to a Chapter 18 drain, and the county can take care of it, and take care of that asset, and do that. There's options that we can do there. So we're looking at all of them. And then we'll
And that's
come to the
everybody
board.
on, down the Sashabaw corridor mainly?
No,
Well,
no,
the
no.
drain runs essentially from right here, through the parking lot of Town Hall.
I can send you a
all the way
list
through the
of
golf
properties in the district.
That
There-
use
It's
it?
already identified, so you
Well,
can't
that-
change it without doing a whole
Yeah,
new
we-
district.
It's everybody that doesn't have a retention pond. So.
Pretty much. On
What about the people with retention ponds, where their water go?
On the Sashable?
Yeah,
Uh,
like the retention pond just south of us right here,
Yeah.
where's the water from that go?
that's part of the drain. Right here?
Yeah.
That's part of the drain. Goes from
Okay.
here through the parking lot into the lake.
Some of them have a
Underground behind the
retention pond, but
church,
they
through the golf course.
they pay a percentage. So their percentage that they owe is less than somebody that's 100% on the drain.
So the whole thing is, there's already assessment role, so to speak.
Yeah.
There is properties identified, but that needs to be updated because there's been a lot of new development. And there's more people that are that benefit of the Sashable Regional Drain. They need to be included in this new, if we're gonna do any kind of.
And are we only, and I don't want to, this is not what we're here for, but I just want a quick question. Is that the drain itself, if we have say a subdivision with a retention pond, that their water goes into the drain?
Not ours.
No.
no. Go
Nobody's
into natural
retention ponds
wetlands,
go
right.
into the drains?
This is just, the parcels that go into the Sashable Regional Drain are identified for.
Is it all impervious surface parking lot water then only? No retention pond, basin, overflow,
Well,
none
there's
of that?
basins and structures along the way. There's weirs and everything that controls the drain, where it starts to where it ends. But, that's benefits all the parcels that benefit from that drain. And the reason I believe, Ron, Paul, you guys were around when they were built that, this is before my time, they built that, it was so all the commercial businesses along Sashable didn't have to build their own little retention basin to meet the stormwater standards from the county.
I'll ask any other questions later to, get with you. I'm good.
There's really not a whole lot more to go over with this budget. There's no money in it, basically. And, with no revenues coming in, we're basically deficit spending, which is planned. We know that we're doing it. But we're down to our last 20,000, and once that's gone, we're done, basically. So we need to do and get something going here, one way or the other, either start reassessing or looking into possibly turning it over to the county.
Start assessing, not reassessing, I've never done it. Townships never done it, so.
Right. No other questions on that one, I'm gonna move on.
Typically, I would think that you want to keep control of it, because if you turn it over to the county, they're going to charge you way more than if you do it yourself.
Oh, they will assess, yeah.
For another
And they're
meeting.
gonna wanna make sure that the whole drainage
Next.
is probably top-notch shape too, before we turn it over to them. So how much is that gonna cost us?
Page 60, right?
Yes, no, moving on to page 53.
Sewer.
53.
Sewer?
Well, it's actually, this is the sewer and water CIP narrative that we're looking at here first. So these are all the projects that Dave has for, you can grab that one there on page 53.
Okay, gotcha.
So these are all the projects that Dave has planned here for the next 3 years, along with, he's also got a 10-year plan. And those schedules are also here on pages 56, 57 for sewer, and 58, 59 for water. But there's some highlights here on the sewer side. We're looking at future spending totaling about $7,730,000, of which $3,612,000 is planned for 2025. So some highlights for the 3 years are as follows. In 2025, again, requested amount is $3,612,500. Got a myriad of things here. DPW sign for $5,000. Exterior lighting upgrades, $10,000. A couple of those first two, they're all split with water. So I'll kind of mention these because they're going to be duplicative when I get down to the water side. Replace the DPW generator and ATS, that's split with water, $100,000. Garage door replacements, $35,000. Again, $70,000 split with water. Year 1 of 2-year project. Got SCADA equipment controllers, or EPIC controllers, I'm sorry, $10,000. Replace the sewer crank camera for $100,000. Sewer flow meters for $20,000. Seal coat and crack fill DPW parking lot, $8,500. Again, that's split with water, $17,000 total. Lift station improvements / pump replacements, $30,000. New generator at the M15 lift station, $250,000. New VFDs for the
Quick question.
M15 lift station.
Is the old generator gonna come out of there, or is this one of those timing ones where you got to replace because it's so old?
You know, well, in this case, the motor went.
Also, it doesn't work at all right now?
Our new portable that we just bought, that we bought with our grant.
Thank you.
That's there, hardwired in, that's why we had to.
So
make
nothing,
sure we got
nothing
another
to sell?
bid. What's that?
Nothing to sell.
It does have some scrap value.
That's fine. Thank you.
New VFDs for the M15 lift station, $80,000. The Parview lift station rehab, the construction side, $1.8 million. Fleming's Lake lift station rehab, $250,000. Lift station generators and ATS replacements, $50,000. Deer Hill lift station rehab, this includes the pumps, odor control, and instrumentation, $600,000. And we're continuing the sewer I&I project, $250,000. And then we have just some site improvements and additional security fencing around the sewer lift stations for about $14,000. In 26, we're looking at $589,000. And that's made up of lift station improvements, pump replacement for $30,000. This is part 2 of the garage door replacements, $35,000, $70,000 split with water. The SCADA Epic controllers, another $10,000. Sewer main replacement, $250,000. Sewer I&I control, $250,000. And then again, site improvements and additional security fencing, $14,000. In 27, we're looking at $649,000, and that's made up of, again, lift station improvements, pump replacements for $30,000, lift station generators and ATS replacements for $50,000, SCADA Epic controllers for $10,000. We're looking at exterior paint for the DPW building, $20,000, actually $40,000 split with water. Rehab the Townsend Lake lift station for $250,000. Looking at replacing the 1989 GMC sewer jet for $125,000. Again, the sewer I&I control down to $150,000. I noticed we made that $100,000 drop, so we must be getting ahead of it, which is good. Site improvements and again, additional security fencing, $14,000. And all projects are spelled out on the CIP schedule, and funding comes from bonding or normal annual operating income. On the water side, we're looking at future spending of $22,519,500, of which $6,008,500 is planned for 2025. So some highlights for the 3 budgeted years are as follows, and some of these are going to be duplicate again. We've got the new DPW sign, exterior lighting upgrades, the DPW generator and ATS, garage door replacements. New for water, this is eliminating dead-end water mains. General VFD replacements. Remedial replacement at water treatment plants, $100,000. Water quality analyzer distribution system, $100,000 there. Again, we got the seal coating and crack fill of the DPW parking lot. SCADA Epic controllers. We have some backwash pump replacements for $30,000. We have Clarkston Bluffs booster pump and gen set upgrade for $550,000. DPW storage tank number 1, exterior paint and modifications, $250,000. DPW storage tank number 3, exterior paint and modifications, $250,000. Mabee Road water main extension, community project funding, including 20% township match, $4,344,000. Site improvements and additional security fencing around water pumping sites, $16,000. In 2026, we're requesting $10,041,000. We have some eliminating of dead-end water mains, $150,000, VFD replacements of $40,000, backwash pump replacements for $30,000, garage door replacements $35,000, again split with the sewer, SCADA Epic controllers, and then a DW SRF loan for water main extension, $9,750,000. And there are also site improvements and additional security fencing around the water pumping site, $16,000. In 27, the requested amount is $436,000. It's made up of the elimination of dead-end water mains, VFD replacements, backwash pump replacements, SCADA Epic controllers. New for 27, the exterior paint for DPW building, split with sewer. We have media replacement, water treatment plants at $100,000. DPW storage tank number 2, exterior overcoat and modifications, $60,000. And then the site improvements and security fencing for $16,000. So those are all the projects that are actually planned over the next 3 years. And as mentioned, pages 56, 57, 58, and 59 show all of those projects listed all the way out for the 10 years. If you wanted to take a peek and see what else is coming, it's a good place to look.
Hey Dave, quick question.
Yes.
For next year, the Maybe Road water main extension,
Yes.
our 20% match is the 4 million? I
No.
thought,
No, our 20% match is 760.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the total project cost, was the 4 million?
Actually, it's
Because
a
I thought
$5
that's
million project.
part of the grant.
And we had to match 20%.
Right.
And this is that federal grant if we
Right.
get that, so.
That's why I wondered why the 4,344,000.
What do we say? Let me look at.
Second bullet from the bottom of the
Yeah, I know which one she's
2025.
talking about. That is the amount that,
Page 54, 2025, second bullet from the bottom.
Maybe Road Ice and Community Project, and 20% match, 4,344,000. Yeah, that's the project. Well, is in, with our match comes to 4.3, I
yeah,
believe.
yes, it is.
Yeah. The grant plus our 20% match comes to 4.3.
Yeah, there it is here, because there's the $3.62 million grant, and then 724,000 is our 20% match.
Yep.
So that's
All
the
right.
4 million.
And can you tell me what the Epic controllers are for the SCADA system? I don't remember hearing that before.
Yeah, so the Epic controllers that's essentially the brains at our water treatment plants and sewer sites. So it's a controller it's like a PLC, programmable logic controller. All the data goes into that controller. And that's what sends everything back out and, gathers all the data from wet well levels to pump flows and all that. And all that data comes back to the office through our SCADA system. The controllers that we have in there, are working great for years, but they're obsolete. They're, they have a lifespan, and we've been given the word that, start replacing.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing. And you have to reprogram, so there's programming involved, and of course the hardware itself.
So
We
Dave,
do a little bit. We have so many. We do 40+ sites. We do a little bit at a time each year.
Dave, how much is the grant that we're getting?
If we do get the grant from the federal government, it'll be $3.6 million.
3.6, okay.
Jerry, do you want to extend the meeting now?
I know, that was gonna be my next comment. We've got 7 minutes, 6 minutes for
I'll
you
make
to
a-
get through the next 3 pages and for us to adjourn.
There's quite a bit still.
I'll make a, let me just make a motion.
Okay. I wanted to make him rush.
I know. I'll make a
Sorry.
motion that we extend the meeting past 10 PM.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay.
Yeah.
Still
Before
talk
we get
fast.
into the juicy part
Guys,
of
you're
it.
good to go till midnight.
Good to go till midnight.
Thanks, Paul.
That's
Yeah.
a 2-hour extension, is it?
No, I didn't, that was not in the motion.
No, that's not in the
Motion to
motion.
rescind?
Yeah. Thanks.
It was for 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes, all right.
Okay.
I got 20 then.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope we answer that. You okay? You good?
Okay.
All right, so moving on to the actual sewer budget itself. In summary, revenues are projected to increase $604,825, or 9.5%. Labor costs projected to increase $26,662, or 2.7%. Operating costs projected to increase $57,274, or 0.9%. And debt is projected to decrease $10,532, or 6.3%. For an overall decrease to fund balance of $369,408, which is $531,421, or 59% greater than 2024. Capital costs, which are shown separately, are projected to decrease $2,152,041, or 37.3%. So assumptions used. Again, the wage increases, hospitalization, life insurance, all stay the same. Charges from the Great Lakes Water Authority, GLWA, formerly the City of Detroit, are projected to increase 5% in 25, 26, and 27. We secured a CWSRF loan, $4 million from the state for the conversion of ejector stations to submersible stations. This started in the spring of 2024 and is expected to be hopefully completed in 2025. Capital charge increase due to more hookups planned in 2025. and rehab the Parview Lift Station and Deer Hill pump stations. Moving on to revenue, significant increases. Sewage treatment service is projected to increase almost 299,000 or 5.6% due to price increases from GLWA that are passed on to residents. Capital charge projected to increase 135,000 or 47.6% due to more hookups forecasted by the building department, 125 in fiscal 25 versus 75 in fiscal 24. Usage Clarkston projected to increase $6,277 or 3.1% due to price increases from GLWA that are passed on to residents. Interest income and market value adjustments projected to increase $175,000 or 104.8% based on the most recent investment strategy from the treasurer. And there's one other revenue item that's increasing the revenue budget by about $2,700. Decreases to revenues, reimbursement is projected to decrease $12,626 or 100%. This is the amount the Village of Clarkston paid for their portion of the OMID 2024 bond that was paid in full by the township that is not anticipated to recur in 25. And there is one other revenue account that is decreasing the revenue budget by $319. Moving on to labor and benefits. Significant increases. Wages full-time employees projected to increase $9,562 or 1.4%. That's due to the following. There's both increases and decreases here. So your annual pay step increases accounts for about $22,000. At a promotion of one office employee, that's about $3,500. Increase to the vacation payout, $200. Decreases, 2 new laborers replacing higher paid employees, save $14,000, and decrease to the year-end accrual of about $2,400. Health insurance premiums are projected to increase almost $10,000 or 8.6% due to staffing changes. Then there are 6 other labor items, all less than $5,000, that are increasing the budget by $10,196. There are no significant decreases, but there are 4 other labor accounts that are reducing the budget by almost $3,000. Moving on to operating costs, debt, significant increases. Contractual services projected to increase $55,357 or 30.2%. That's due to the master plan, $50,000, and removal of the old tanks, $80,000, offset by the sewer rate study, $22,000, and hydraulic sewer model project, $52,000, that are not expected to recur in 25. Contractual services pipeline projected to increase $25,000 due to an increase in sewer line inspections. Electric lift stations projected to increase $8,400 or 13.1% due to increased electrical rates. Building and grounds maintenance projected to increase $26,600 or 120%, primarily due to adding $10,000 for general maintenance, adding $15,000 for interior painting of the old garage, adding $2,000 for building supplies, offset by a reduction for coffee service, $400. Depreciation is projected to increase $15,926 or 1.1%. That's based on projects scheduled in 2025. So we can just kind of, again, refer to the CIP schedule to see what's been scheduled. And there are 16 other expenditure items that are increasing the budget by $16,617. Decreases, sewage treatment services projected to decrease $22,067 or 0.6%. That's due to a 7.5% expected increase in GLWA in 2024 versus a 5% increase in 2025. Telecommunications maintenance is projected to decrease $17,670 or 47.9%. That's primarily due to moving the purchase of SCADA Epic controllers, $20,000, to equipment to be capitalized, offset by a $2,000 increase in the SCADA equipment ignition software. Equipment repair and maintenance pumps projected to decrease $20,000 or 40%, primarily due to subtracting $20,000 for pump efficiency testing budgeted in even years only. Small equipment projected to decrease $20,490 or 87.2% due to new replacement computers and laptops budgeted in 24 that won't recur in 25. Interest long-term debt projected to decrease $10,532 or 6.3% due to paying down the principal annually, which generates less interest expense. And there's 3 other expenditure items that are reducing the budget by $10,474. Moving on to capital costs. Significant increases. Land improvements projected to increase $8,500 or 60.7% due to adding $8,500, 50% of the total cost for seal coating and crack filling the parking lot at DPW. Again, it's split 50-50 with water. Equipment is projected to increase $95,650 or 49.2% due to adding $100,000 for a new sewer camera budgeted in 2025, offset by $4,350 budgeted in 24 for the purchase of the Dodge Ram 2500 that came off lease. That will not recur in 25. Decreases. Building improvements. DPW building projected to decrease $700,000 or 82.7% due to budgeting less than 25. And again, we have garage door replacements 35, DPW generator and ATS replacement 100 grand. New DPW sign for 5 and exterior lighting upgrades for 10 compared to 2024 where we only had DPW interior renovations for $850,000. Distribution system improvements projected to decrease $1.3 million or 31.1. And again, due to budgeting less than 25, we've got Parview Lift Station, $1.8 million. Deerwood Lift Station Rehab, $600,000. Fleming's Lake Lift Station Rehab, $250,000, and a new generator for the M15 lift station. That's all planned in 25 compared to an ejection station conversion, engineering construction, which is $3,913,000. Fuel farm engineering for 22, and prepayment of the OMIT Series 2024 bond, almost $70,000. Distribution system improvements pipeline projected to decrease $250,000 or 50% due to adding $250,000 to 2024 for scoping the village sewer lines. That is not expected to recur in 2025. Moving on to fund balance. Overall fund balance is decreasing from $29,995,000, and that's split between restricted and unrestricted, so $18,601 for restricted. Again, restricted is basically all your equipment, pipes in the ground, well houses, everything like that. I should say well houses, lift stations.
Lift stations.
Yes.
I know what you meant.
Okay. And then we have $11,393, which is your unrestricted, and that's primarily cash. 11 million. Sorry, it's late, man.
I know. Be 11.
Okay, so and that's going to decrease to about $28,444,000. And again, restricted will drop, or actually increase from $18,601 up to $21,774,000. Unrestricted will drop from $11,393,000 down to $6,670,000 during that 3-year period. Enterprise fund balances are split between restricted, which I just mentioned, and unrestricted. Cash is decreasing primarily due to large capital purchases and increased operational costs. Items that could impact this budget during 25 that are not budgeted include major equipment breakdowns, major building repairs, major system repairs, or major backup problems. Any other questions on the sewer fund? And that operating statement is actually on pages 63, 64, and 65 if you want to look at that. If there's no questions, we'll move on to water. The operating statements for this are on page 70 to 72. So in summary, we have revenues projected to decrease $128,032 or 1.3%. Labor costs projected to increase $41,456 or 4.2%. Operating costs are projected to decrease $164,284 or 4.3%. And debt is projected to decrease $29,753 or 78.8%. Overall increase to fund balance of $4,851,490, which is $24,549 or 0.5% better than 2024. Capital costs, which are now shown separately, are projected to decrease $1,635,158 or 21.4%. Assumptions, same for wages, hospitalization, life insurance. The fourth item here, applied for and received the DWSRF loan, $5.415 million in 2023 from the state for addressing the PFAS issue within the township. These funds have been used to extend water mains along Parkview and the Clarkston Park Salt. Project is finished, but the finance side won't be complete until 2025. Applied for a federal grant, $3.6 million in 2024, plus a 20% township match of $724,000 for addressing the PFAS issue within the township. These funds will be used on the Mabee Road water main extension. If grant is received, this project will be completed in 2025. No rate increases planned over the next 3 years. Revenues. Significant increases. Federal grants projected to increase $3,620,000 or 100% due to applying for a federal grant, as mentioned above. Ready to serve charge projected to increase $17,000 or 2.25% due to new meters in the system that need to be billed. Tap-in fees are projected to increase $50,000 or 47.6% due to more taps projected in 2025. Again, 125 versus 75 and 24. And these projections are from the building official. Usage projected to increase $16,000 or 0.6% due to projected new users of the system. Meters projected to increase $33,650 or 98.6% due to the increase in taps mentioned above. Capital charge projected to increase $130,000 or 47.6% due to the increase in taps mentioned above. Usage, City of Clarkston projected to increase $8,750 or 13.4% due to projected new users of the system. Interest income and market value adjustments projected to increase $104,015 or 112.7% based on the most recent investment strategy from the treasurer. And there's 10 other revenue items that are increasing the revenue budget by $14,348. Revenue decreases, other federal grants, which is ARPA, is projected to decrease $890,000 or 100% due to ARPA funds being allocated for a new fuel depot in 24 that will not recur in 25. State grants is projected to decrease $3,232,170 or 71.2%, primarily due to, on the increase side, a $10,000 wellhead protection grant was added to 2025. The state did not award this grant in 2024. On the decrease side, the DWSRF grant loan, the $5,415,000 to address the PFAS issue within the township. Again, only $4,120,000 is expected to be received in 24, with the balance of $1,295,000 expected in 25, which is a decrease of $2,825,000. A state grant for $417,170 received in 24 for design engineering for the Drayton water main extension that will not recur in 25. And there's one other revenue item that's decreasing the revenue budget by $52. Labor and benefits, significant increases. Wages, full-time employees projected to increase $23,466 or 3.8% due to the following. There's both increases and decreases here. So on the increase side, we have annual pay step increases for $17,000. The promotion for one employee, about $7,800. We have a new laborer position, about $49,000. A new clerk tech position for about $47,000. Increase to the vacation payout, $479. We move on to the decreases. We removed the assistant DPW director. We're going to address that at a later date. That saved $88,400. Julia's Ziem replacement at beginning pay, that saved $9,000. And then decrease to the year-end accrual, about $1,700. Health insurance premiums projected to increase almost $13,000 or 8.6%, again due to staffing changes. And there's 6 other labor items that are increasing the budget by $7,500.
Got a quick question?
Yes.
What are we doing about GIS position?
Internally, I've talked with other departments about that, and I believe that we're going to probably bring this to the board. There's a consensus for me that I can't emphasize how much we need one, to have one brought in internally, and other departments, I believe, are coming on board too. So amongst the directors and other departments, we support it, and it's coming at a later time. We have to come to the board, obviously, for a new position.
It's been how many years since we've had?
Too long. Too long. It's been probably 5.
That one?
4 or 5.
Yeah.
We're at a point where we we need to take control of it. We've grown so much, it's just crazy.
Well, I think, yeah. I think it's a big loss with you not having that, because you guys are kind of on par with,
It's been a dreadful experience, and let's put it mildly, because we rely on it so much. You know, we rely on GIS technology and Esri so much. We're struggling a little bit with it.
okay.
And moving on to decreases for labor and benefits, there's nothing significant, but there are three items that are reduced in the budget by $2,295. Moving on to operating debt. Significant increases. We have contractual services, wellhead protection, projected to increase $19,500 due to not receiving a matching grant in '24, which is $10,000, and applying for it again in '25. The balance of $9,500 is resetting the budget back to normal after using that amount to cover a tapping materials shortage in '24. Water treatment projected to increase $5,000 or 10% due to an increase in costs. Electric pump houses projected to increase $17,500 or 5% due to increased cost of electricity. Building and grounds maintenance projected to increase $15,000 or 92.9% due to adding $15,000 for painting the interior of the old garage. Depreciation projected to increase $120,228 or 6.9% based on projects scheduled in 2025. Equipment meters projected to increase $360,000 or 720% due to an increase in new builds, $10,000, along with moving the meter end change-out program from capital cost to operating cost. That was a $350,000 change. And there are 14 other expenditure items that are increasing the budget by $14,297. On the decrease side, contractual services projected to decrease $666,864 or 64.2% due to the following. There are a number of increases and a number of decreases that make up that number. On the increase side, we added $80,000 for the removal of the old fuel tanks. $60,000 was added to modify the Pine Knob Arch. $60,000 was added for the water master plan. $25,000 was added for general engineering services. $2,000 was added for cross-connection inspections. On the decrease side, $420,000, $750,000 in 2024 for the CDSMI investigation required by Eagle that won't recur in 2025. $443,395 in 2024 budget for design engineering for the Drayton water main extension that won't recur in 25. $29,719 in 24 for the PFAS investigation that again won't recur in 2025. Moving on to water sample testing. It's projected to decrease $18,000 or 45% due to a decrease in UCMR5 testing. That's $20,000, offset by a $2,000 increase. This increase replaces the budget that was used to cover an over budget item in 2024. Telecommunications maintenance projected to decrease $8,670 or 24% due to moving SCADA Epic controllers to capital, offset by adding $11,000 for the Orion cellular system used to monitor the new meters. Small equipment projected to decrease $11,990 or 54.5% due to replacing more computers in 24 compared to 25. Interest long-term debt projected to decrease $30,253 or 81.2% due to paying down the principal annually, which generates less interest expense. And there's 4 other expenditure items that are reducing the budget by almost $10,000.
Got another question, sorry. The decreases for the CDSMI investigation, that 420, is that what we paid DLZ to do that?
No, that was pipeline management. Yeah.
What was the project that we had DLZ working on where we had to raise the all summer?
That was pipeline. That was the village inspection,
that was,
wasn't
no.
it?
That unfunded mandate.
Yes.
Where the state
Well, we had
came.
to pay them to compile the data, and we had also, the big number was for the vendor to actually go do the physical verifications out in the field, and that was pipeline management. That number is both engineering and the vendor.
So we don't have it reoccurring in 25, but I thought that's going to be something that we're going to have to participate in.
Until the approach is everybody's, the feeling and vibe is that Eagle's going to make you verify every single one.
Right.
Well, we're not gonna do that until they tell us. I could budget money for that, but we do have, a program moving forward that we keep documentation for that, but I'm just not comfortable throwing, $1 million in here just for something they haven't told us to do it yet, because quite frankly, I don't think they know what they want to do yet, how they want to do it. This is all Flint water crisis stuff, so. We don't have lead services in Independence Township. There's no lead.
How many did they find? We had to have had some old ones.
We have old ones, we don't have lead. They're either copper or plastic.
Okay.
And they don't like your records, even though if they're, well, we really don't trust them if they're from '88 and older. I'm like, really? Yeah. So until they make a hardcore decision, I'm not gonna budget. I'll wait for them to dictate.
I
That might
thought the
take.
impression was that we were gonna have to do this every year because it was such a small sampling.
Yeah, out of the 6,000 accounts, 6,000 plus accounts that we do have, water service accounts, we can proactively check them as slow walk it, so to speak. I don't wanna, I just don't wanna budget money that's not mandated. I'm cheap. Well, we're talking millions of dollars in this budget. Until Lansing says you need to do this, I don't think we're gonna budget for it.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to capital costs. Significant increases, land improvements projected to increase 8,500. Again, that's for the crack filling and parking lot at DPW. Equipment projected to increase 90,000 or 90% due to adding 100,000 for water quality analyzers, 20,000 for SCADA Epic controllers, and VFD replacements 40,000 at 25 versus a new all-wheel drive van in 24, which was 70 grand. Significant decreases, building improvements, DPW, pretty much the same as on the sewer side. It's a decrease of 700,000 or 82.4. Again, due to budgeting less in 2025, where we have garage door replacements, generators, new signs, exterior lighting, compared to just the DPW interior renovations of 850,000 in 24. Distribution system improvements projected to decrease 143, 658 or 2.5%. Due to budgeting slightly less high-cost capital projects in 25, and they include the Clarkson Bluffs booster pump, genset, and ATS upgrade for 550, media replacement at treatment plants 100,000, wet exterior paint for storage tank 1 and 3, 250,000 each for those. Elimination of dead-end water mains 150, and the Mabee Road water main extension 4,344,000, compared to what we had budgeted in 24, which is basically the Parview Walden water main extension, the 5,415,000. Yep, okay. The water meter endpoint changeout program and the fuel farm engineering for 22,658. The final decrease, distribution system improvements, ARPA, projected to decrease 890,000 or 100%. That's again due to ARPA funds being allocated for a new fuel depot in 24 that will not recur in 25.
When do you expect fuel depot to be in use?
I'm sorry?
When do you expect the fuel depot to be in use?
We're using it now.
We are?
Oh, you did, you fired it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fire
It's
two?
been online.
Fire two? Fire as well?
It's been online for middle of last week.
Did you get the new program with the card? With the
Ziegler set up all the training, and I trained the departments, and they came over and showed them how to use it. It is online. So we're gonna, works great. We had a couple little hiccups, but we fixed them.
I'm impressed.
Yeah,
Very
like
good.
hiccups and fuel.
No. One was pretty neat, the new Sprinter van the fire department got. It's
Stop by
diesel.
tomorrow and tell me about it, will you?
It didn't go, it didn't fit. The nozzle didn't fit, so we fixed it.
Okay, that's cool. All right.
Yeah, we fixed it.
All right, so the
Paul's
final.
tired, moving forward.
Yes. Last thing, fund balance. Overall fund balance is increasing from 37,912,000, and again, that's split between restricted and unrestricted. 28,110,000 for restricted, 99,800,000 for unrestricted, and that is going to increase to 40,940,000, or an increase to restricted from 28,110 up to 33,164. and a decrease in unrestricted from 9,000,008 down to 7,000,007. And cash is increasing primarily due to operational results, less depreciation. Items that could impact this budget turn 25, major equipment breakdowns, building repairs, or major system repairs. And that concludes the budget presentation for this evening.
Please. Please.
Good
All right,
job.
thank you. All right.
Cool. Any other questions on anything?
Great job.
No, great job, thank you. Thank you.
That took 2 hours.
All right.
It's terrible.
It's
Thanks.
because Dave was talking too much.
Well,
I know.
It was actually 2 meetings worth. That should have been split up between 2 meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Try not to
happy.
do this
We'll
again.
have popcorn next
I'm
time.
happy.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, thank
No
you.
doubt.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience. I
No,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Appreciate
Good
it.
job.
Thank you very much. Good job, buddy.
Thanks.
I know.
As always.
Communications and reports,
Yes,
please.
sure. Communications and reports. One, report of building department, October 2024. 2, fiscal 2024 actual budget
Oh,
comments, period ending on September 30, 2024. Communications, the State of Michigan Lara new liquor license, Myers, in ANC 5820 Walden Road, Clarkston, Michigan. Communications, State of Michigan Lara liquor license transfer, Myers, ANC 5820 Walden Road, Clarkston, Michigan. Board member comments.
Motion to adjourn?
Ron's got his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ron.
I just want to comment and just say it's been my pleasure to work with you, with the board for the last 12 years, and I wish you guys all the best going forward, so.
Thank you.
Same to
Ron.
you.
Best wishes to you.
Yeah. Same to you, Ron. Thank you. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thanks.
Nay,
No nay.
nay, I don't want it, I don't want to adjourn. Ron, I want to keep going with you, man.
There you go.